Understood.
Sorry about that, everybody. Without further ado, we're gonna let you to take it away for Kingdom Hearts 3 critical 80% plus remind. Dan, you want to start the timer? All right, give us a countdown, Yida.
Yep, go ahead.
Alright, on go. 3, 2, 1, go. Never mind, I forgot. I'm sorry. Just go. Just go.
Okay. We're good.
All right, Kingdom Hearts 3.
I'm way too nervous. I'm more nervous than I should be.
You're gonna do great, man.
Just to let everyone know, I haven't practiced in weeks since I last streamed on my main channel, so this is almost de-rusting in its own.
So with this category, Yida is not only going to beat the base game, he is also going to beat everything in the Remind DLC. That includes the Remind scenario, Data Org, Limit Cut, and then the secret episode with Yuzora. So pretty much everything the game has to offer. Should be an exciting run. Right off the bat here, at the beginning, we have to make a few choices for our adventure, and these choices basically just they decide what our starting resources are, health and MP. And the second one determines our ability growth from leveling up. So we're gonna go with wisdom here, which gives us less health but more MP. And then here we're gonna go mystic, which gives us a ability route that favors magic abilities, because magic is very strong in this game.
And of course our HP is very, very low, so even in Olympus alone, we can get one shot very easily. But the idea is, obviously, towards endgame, it's much more valuable to have more MP than HP. Especially, like, any percent alone, we obviously want more MP, but it is pretty much impossible to do Limit Cut and Yuzora without the MP route.
Okay, I guess we have some tutorial battles here against the shadows, and then the dark side, which is like in every cage game. So Yeda's gonna want to get some counters here. Since it's on crit, we already have all the counter abilities. And once you've guarded, you can a reprisal. Yeah, you can use a reprisal, and that's gonna help us deal some more damage during this fight.
So he's just going to try to get some blocks on these orbs that are falling from the air, see if he can get some counter slashes in. It's all RNG, like where the orbs fall and if you can actually get blocks. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get any counters there, but he also didn't really get hit by too many orbs, which is incredibly dangerous. As you can see, he's at 1 HP. But he managed to pull through. Also,
Sorry, I think even for Deathless that was really slow.
You got pretty bad orb RNG there. There's not really much you can do with that fight, unfortunately. But for critical mode, early game is arguably the hardest part of the run, especially Olympus. With the HP route that we chose, where we pick we go with less HP. A lot of things can one-shot you in Olympus. It's a very heavy reset point for the runs when you're going for PBs. But when fights go well, they can be very satisfying to pull off.
I don't remember the menu. Yes. I feel like I'm missing something. Nope.
Okay, this is quite the long menu. You want to set some customize for your party members, and also take off items from them. And did you also have some DLC keyblades you needed to take
Yeah, he
off
took
because
one off.
they're not allowed in the speedrun since they kind of give an unfair advantage.
I forgot how much damage you can do these guys. Wow.
Yeah, on critical mode, you start with extra abilities as opposed to the other difficulties, which include different combo modifiers of Rising Spiral, which lets you launch enemies up into an air and also extend your combo by a bit. So you can do some pretty cool combo chains on the enemies in Olympus in early game that you aren't able to do on some of the easier difficulties.
Yeah, and for the abilities, I intentionally took off the Groundbreaker ability and only left the Rising Spiral.
Mhm.
It is a lot safer to stay in the air than being on the ground, especially with the Flame Cores. They have a few one-shot moves that are only on the ground. But Rising Spiral can just drag them straight up to the air.
Yeah, we got quite a few Flame Core fights coming up here, about 3 or 4 in a row. Flame Cores are a very interesting enemy, the way that their AI works. So they always come in groups, and basically they kind of function together as like a unit in the sense that they have this thing that we call in the Kingdom Hearts community a desperation move, where they hit low health, they go like into this immune fireball frenzy and just start flying around the room, which we want to try to avoid. But a cool thing about it is that once one flame core goes into that DM, the rest of the flame cores in the fight can't DM for a set amount of time. I don't think we know what it is off the top of our head, but it's at least 15 seconds. But as you would imagine, flame cores are weak to water, so we are making use of this water spell to deal with these flame cores. And another thing about water is that if you cast water on a flame core before it reaches its DM health threshold, that flame core will actually not be able to DM. As you saw that last flame core at the end of the fight, which Yida finished off as it was DMing.
Yeah, so if you... go ahead.
I was just... they have their own RV, which is revenge value, and Flame Core is a special case where water essentially brings their RV back to 0, so they can't do the DM anymore. And they also have this wet animation where they just idle for a bit, which prevents them from doing anything as well. Well, that was a cool combo.
Another limitation of critical mode we haven't talked about is you actually have half the health and MP that you normally have from other difficulties. So we're a bit limited on our casts. So normally on like easier difficulties like beginner, standard, and proud, you would just be pretty much spamming water on these guys the whole fight. But with our limited MP, we have to throw in some physical combos and just be wary with how we're casting to make sure that you don't go into MP charge, because if you go into an MP charge on a fight against flame cores, you're gonna have a bad time.
Oh, and of course Crit has the maxed out movement, which is extremely helpful, and sometimes very annoying when you mess up.
Yeah, wall kick in early game, if you aren't precise with your movement, can actually be more of a detriment than a benefit.
Yeah, so in this fight, there's this handy like pillar that you can spin on, and that groups all the flame cores to like one bunch, and then you can use the water spell, which has this AoE effect around Sora to hit a lot of them at the same time.
Oh, whoops.
So you're just going to want to go into MP charge here. The reason for that is because he wants to get his MP back for the next fight coming up here, the building fight. So going into MP charge just lets it recharge and ensure that it'll have it. Kingdom Hearts speedruns are typically known for their combat-oriented routes, but Kingdom Hearts 3 is honestly a lot more of a movement-oriented speedrun with the abilities Sora has in his arsenal.
Oh no!
Oh no!
No!
Wait, what? How did you not get fire?
Oh, we take those.
Because I'm Yidamoda.
So normally, when you
my
step on that
MP.
fire ground, Sora starts going through a burning animation. And you're pretty much stuck in a stun lock until you get out of the fire patch. But funny enough, when you land on the ground initially, you have like a couple moments of iframes, and Yida was just able to make use of that.
Donald didn't do the first blizzard like normal, weirdly. Why is my... okay.
So another thing about Flame Core's little tech that we make use of here is that, well, some enemies in Kingdom Hearts 3 in general, they won't attack you if your camera isn't showing them on screen at the moment. So some camera tech we do with the Flame Cores here, especially on this fight, is we try to angle our camera away from the rest of the Flame Cores that we aren't currently fighting. That way they'll pretty much just stay passive and they won't be shooting fireballs at you off screen. So right here, Yida's going to go second form. He's going to try to get as many magic splashes. Oh, unlucky.
Yeah,
so
That's the nature
my
of
face.
critical mode early game,
yeah,
right there.
the building fight, quite infamous, very dangerous. You can just get sniped so easily on critical mode. You just die instantly if they attack you from behind.
Like I said, early game's the most dangerous part of the run.
This is what I was most afraid of.
Got the shooter.
Yeah, this is what I was most afraid of with the marathon.
Yeah.
Normally, building fight isn't this much of a big trouble.
This is honestly probably the scariest fight in the run.
Yeah, definitely Cage 3, Crit 3, scary for marathon-like settings. Like, this is a very common reset point. There's some other points in Olympus as well. Like, fights just can go poorly so easily.
Oh no.
So
Already my second potion.
So right there, Yida just made use of a mechanic of second form, the Keyblade transformation he's currently in, which is a air finisher, Magnet Spiral. Very powerful in these early game mob fights, pulls all enemies like in a radius around you. Pretty much one-shots all of them, if not most of them.
No!
Oh,
Oh no. Please. Oh, I'm just gonna flare
I'm gonna let you
force.
focus. Oh, that was a nice recovery.
Good job there. Recovering
137.
after those deaths.
A 137 building fight on crit is pretty solid. Like Yida, like that fight isn't totally in your control. Things can happen that just make you lose time or cause you to die. That is very hard for you to avoid. But Yida did a very good job there at the end, improvising and dealing with what the fight gave him. And oh boy. Oh, so
I don't know.
Dan, you wanna take the lead on attraction flows here?
Oh yeah. So this is the intent to attractions in Cage 3. It's like supposed to be consistent that you get pirate ship here, but on critical mode you get less attractions, and it also happens to work in such a way that it's no longer consistent to get in this fight at the start of it. So Yida is gonna want to just death abuse here and hope that he gets the pirate ship at the start, because it's very effective if you use it right.
I'd say give it like another
off the
2
thing,
tries. But yeah, this is one of the pains of critical mode.
I did take it off.
Yeah, in terms of in-game time, this isn't that slow. In RTA, Just waste a little bit more time.
But it's I'd say give it one more, or just go with it. Unfortunate that we couldn't show that off, because getting the pirate ship on this fight on pull like takes off literally half of his health and knocks off like at least 15-20 seconds of the fight. But sometimes the game just doesn't want to give it to you.
Well, now I'm just wondering, what if the next attempt would have given me the pirate ship? Because you never know. You never know if it's gonna give it to you or not. That's why it's kind of a hard debate whether you should retry every time or not.
So if you noticed, when he did that attack where he slams his weapon down on Sora and Yida blocked it, Sora actually had a little red aura around him. That's what we call a critical counter. It's an ability on critical mode where if you guard an attack pretty much right before it's about to land on you, your reprisal following that block deals, I believe, 50% more damage. So we try to time to get as many critical counters as we can, especially on that fight. They're incredibly strong.
Yeah, you may also have seen, like, again with that slam attack, when Yida guards that, you get this little prompt like press circle, and when you do that, it gives you like a special reprisal sort of thing where you sort of teleports behind it and it doesn't attack. So that's like kind of enemy specific, what kind of counter you get. It's called risk dodge.
And now we're just literally skipping an entire section.
Yeah, so there's like a battle with water cores down there, but you can kind of just air slide and attack repeatedly to get past it. It might be an intended skip. It's actually mentioned in the Ultimania that you can do this. It's
Is it really?
very interesting. Not too many skips in this run, but that's one. Yeah, it is mentioned in Ultimania.
I did not know that. Specifically that you can do that waterfall skip, or that you can air slide like indefinitely with attacks.
Like the waterfall skip is mentioned in Ultimania.
Huh. I never knew that.
Yeah, one of the rare skips in cage games.
Coming up here is you're about to see another cool skip that we do on this boss Rock Titan after we climb up this mountain here. Yida is going to attempt a trick on Rock Titan known as leg skip, where it's basically exactly what it sounds like. Because with Rock Titan, you basically have to kill both of his legs first before you can climb up and attack his head, which is his main HP bar. But with leg skip, we're actually going to climb Rock Titan's legs and go straight up to his head and just start attacking it from the get-go. It's a really cool trick that saves a good chunk of time on critical mode.
Yeah, very tricky. Got changed with the like relatively recent patch a little bit, how you execute it, but still very much doable.
Can jump, get a water cast.
Okay.
Nice. Nice save. So we're just going to use combos to keep us in the air, and as you can see, they're actually letting Sora like climb up as he's hitting it. And even though the Rock Titan's head here doesn't have a lock-on reticle here or a health bar, we're still actually doing damage to it. And as you can see, we're building arrows too for our form gauge, because we're gonna want to build up second form here, activate it, and then go into the mountain coaster attraction to finish the fight.
That's not enough damage, is it?
Nah,
I
we'll just
don't
have to
think
hit him a bit. That's
Yeah,
fine.
played safe.
That's safe enough, I think. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, so if you don't get the kill with that finisher, you're gonna be down there beating up the legs, and you can't skip the legs anymore, and that's bad.
So the reason we wanted to end that fight in the second form is because we're actually going to use it in the next fight coming up here against the Satyrs to instantly break their armor with the finisher. Right there, Yida just picked up a chest that had a fluorite in it. Fluorite is a synthesis material that we use to upgrade our keyblades later on in the run. So we pick a couple of those up for the run here.
Okay, so we get introduced to armor mechanic. This bunch of enemies has like an armor bar that you need to deal with before you can actually damage them. So yeah, that's where the stun impact comes in handy.
This works. I hope this works. I don't think it's working.
Oh, you're using the...
Please work.
You're using the near shot. Okay. We're using deep
How many did I
Splash into
kill?
Sonic Blade.
I killed nothing. Oh no! No, Goofy, you're not helpful.
Okay.
No.
Good job there. I was actually not aware that you were going to go for this route.
Normally, you would finish the fight after you basically do your last Sonic Blade hit, but yeah, I killed nothing there.
Not a perfect hit with the Manga Splash, I suppose.
I think I wasn't too. I was too far away. Oh, I was too far away from the the back wall.
Yeah.
Which I think I should have done one more dodge roll or something.
Here's our ticket up.
But all things considered, that went well. Like that was a good fight.
In any percent, you don't pick up this elixir, but for the sake of being safe for the remind portion, I want to have as many ethers as possible. Oh, my controller's broken. Yeah, my right stick is broken, so I do have some camera issues. Unfortunately, especially when it comes to air-stepping and shot locking. Well, shot locking and air-stepping kind of the same thing.
Alright, we got the final couple battles of Olympus here against the Ice Titan I can't talk English, it's hard. Ice Titan, Lava Titan, and then finally the Tornado Titan. It's a two-phase fight. First, we're gonna fight the Ice Titan and then Lava Titan here together. We're gonna want to try to like even out our damage against them. It's ideally you want to kill them around the same time at the end. The Lava Titan here actually, for a lot of his attacks, he ends up having iframes, so we usually take those opportunities to switch to the Ice Titan while he's in those animations.
This is really nice when he's frozen from the Ice Titan. You get a lot of free hits and without any worry. But the goal here is to get R's and just use R's on one of them when we can for massive damage.
Yeah, and Yida actually used it at a pretty good time there because the Ice Titan's hitbox was actually in the R's as well while he was hitting the Lava Titan. So here comes the DM of the fight, getting knocked back by the Tornado Titan, double breath attack. He did a good job blocking this. One thing that's cool about the breaths with the Titans is they actually interact with the other Titan. So if the Lava Titan's breath hits the Ice Titan, it knocks him back and stuns him. And then vice versa, it actually ends up freezing the Lava Titan, which you saw earlier.
Carousel's nice too, if you just need to quickly do some burst damage if you can't really hit it. I should
Got it.
Nice.
That was a pretty solid double Titans fight. That's another fight.
Okay, then moving on to
with, a lot of RNG.
Moving on to Tornado. So this is like a sort of two-phase fight. First you like sort of on the ground. You want to get some damage in during this section, and then he's gonna like suck you up and pull you in the air. And yeah, let's see.
Shoot some buildings at you there. You can block him back to him to get some good damage out on him in the first phase. He usually does that twice, but sometimes you skip the second building. Yida actually got really good damage on him in the first phase.
Yeah,
Getting him under 2 bars
that
is
looked good.
really good. And doesn't really typically happen a whole lot.
It is pretty rare to leave double titans with second form, but if you get second form into Wind Titan, it is a guaranteed free first phase. Especially when you can get a good Oz.
So, we're going to be doing some interesting combos here against the Wind Titan. Because of a mechanic called, oh boy, Stagger Endurance. Stagger Endurance. How do we explain Stagger Endurance?
Oh yeah, and also like water finishes kind of have a special effect on this boss where it always staggers the Tornado Titan. And after some time of like hitting him and dealing these finishers and everything, it's gonna break the Stagger Endurance, which means that these like stronger attacks are gonna keep staggering the boss like over and over.
Sorry.
And yeah, we hope to be able to like keep him stun locked so that we can just keep attacking and don't let him escape. But unfortunately,
you have
he
Sonic
got
Blade.
away there at the end.
Fortunately,
Good finish
you
with
don't
the
have
Sonic Blade.
procced when he went away, because that instantly takes you to the boss.
Yeah, that's good.
But a 26 Olympus on crit, that's a really solid Olympus. Only 1 death to building fight.
I think it was 3, wasn't it? And then
We'll go with
a lot
1.
of deaths on. I'm forgetting something.
The High Ether.
Ethers.
Yep. Yida picked up a High Ether chest on the way to Rock Titan. We're going to use that in one of the fights in the next world coming up here. He also just got the counter shield, or the Hero's Origin Keyblade. Very strong Keyblade for a few fights throughout the run. And we're going to make use of it here in Twilight Town.
But right now we have a disastrous fight.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, a lot of RNG here. What Mickey is going to do?
What the boss is going to do? What?
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh no.
Yeah, so when Demon Power is red, when it's attacking, it takes like no damage, almost no damage. So yeah, you hope to be able to attack him.
Also, I forgot that I only have 2 Thundaga costs, so I messed up my MP really.
Beginner. Yeah, this fight is pretty consistent on other difficulties other than crit. There's a lot of like factors in play that make this fight very much a mess on crit. For one, I don't believe we've even talked about situation commands yet, but you see those arrows over Yida's command menu there. Those are called situation arrows, and when you build up to 3, you get these situation commands, which can be things such as Keyblade transformations or Grand Magic if you weave some magic cast into your combos. Ideally, you want to get both Thundaza and the double dual RC on that fight there, but it's not a guarantee on crit. That fight is very obnoxious, but something you just got to deal with.
There's a lot of RNG when it comes to the situation commands. But what makes crit have some advantage when it comes to controlling the commands is we have a critical converter, which if we equip it, it guarantees that we get a form when we get full arrows. But the only problem is it disables the attractions. So sometimes we do want to leave it off for, say in the next world, we do want pirate ship in the first fight. We want teacups in some others. But for the majority of the run, we do want to have forms guaranteed, especially when attractions kind of is their value.
I'm going to take a second here while we're doing this gummy to read out some donations. We got a $25 donation from Heavy for the good health of Henry of Skalitz, the protagonist from Din's Run, Kingdom Come. Thank you, Mario. And then Sage of Keyblades with $50. Have to donate in the beginning. Yida, don't be nervous. You got this, man. Thank you very much, Sage.
Thank you, Sage.
Thank you. So yeah, this is the first gummy section. So this is like a open area kind of thing. So we need to navigate to Twilight Town over here. So nothing much happening during this section. There is a chance to get fluorides from those rocks when you destroy them, which can save a little bit of time, so you don't have to pick up all the chests.
Oh, I still haven't figured out how I want to do the shopping.
Routing on the fly.
I didn't practice. Sorry. But yeah, this first fight, the goal here is to try and get, I just did the beginner strat by accident.
Oh,
okay.
no.
The goal is to try and get a counter shield as early as possible. But it's best to get it in the next wave where there are a lot more dusks to buzzsaw around. So we just got the next wave, and just gonna spam buzzsaws over and over.
Yeah, so the way the counter shield works is that you have this like shield, which if you block attacks with it, you get like a special counter. If you 2 times attack guard an attack, you get a really powerful counter, and that's going to truly destroy these enemies.
Oh, why did I dodge roll? They are not attacking me.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
So that's the...
Okay. I just got the god RNG. I got 2 pirate chips.
What the hell? I have never seen this.
Marathon luck.
It never happened before.
Pardon my language, but good lord.
And now it's just clean up. Thank you, Donald.
That was good.
Wow.
Now this is a lot easier in crit, because we do have another crit ability, which is critical counter, which does 1.5 or whatever more damage. But the goal here
multiplier.
is... Yeah. Oh, I didn't get second form, that's bad.
It's unfortunate, but it's not a huge deal.
Yeah, so we really want to get those critical counters here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I didn't even get the critical counter the first time.
Oh, he's gonna be over you?
Oh no.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Unfortunately, we lost counter shield there. But
Yeah, only limited time that you get access to those form changes. We're gonna have to improvise here.
Well, now I definitely want second form. And I guess shot locking. It's big burst, hopefully. Decent.
alright. I've never actually tried to shot lock this guy.
This...
Nice.
That was very unfortunate.
Good improv there.
Yeah, not bad recovery though.
That is kind of a problem too. If you spend too much time in counter shield in the first nobody fight, you do sacrifice a lot of time with counter shield in the Demon Tide. That's bad.
Unlucky.
Oh, I forgot to equip Magic Ring.
That's
Well,
not. I
melee
never used
attacks
magic
it is.
ring on this fight when I was grinding crit anyway. You'll be fine.
Does it work? Can you still two-shot the...
Oh, well, I didn't do that strat because I was bad. But no, that probably doesn't work.
Yeah, so especially on crit, there's been like quite a few different strats for this fight. Like whether you want to go more melee or more magic.
Thank you, Donna, for the Flare Force. I appreciate it. Oh, that's the last wave. Okay.
I believe
Oh yeah, they're
this
gonna
is
survive.
I believe this is our introduction to length during the speedrun. We only have Meow Wow right now. So we use the Meow Wow finisher, which is like a huge area damage, but unfortunately we don't have like a ton of damage, especially not having the magic ring on. But it's still damage to everyone, every power wild in that fight.
I'm gonna go for the ether for safety.
That little fella sure seemed happy. I see it. That building up ahead.
Alright, so one thing I am not gonna forget is equipping Water Cufflink, because we need that for the mansion fight.
Oh, you do water
This is gonna
fight,
be
or
our...
water strats.
Yeah, it's a lot easier. We're gonna be seeing for the first time Waterza, which is a massive, powerful AoE. And we're also going to be making use of Magnet Splash to bring everything together as well. I didn't mean to do that, but fine.
Yeah, okay, a little bit of improvisation. Oh, that was quite good.
Definitely a lot easier to pull off than the counter shield strat. We used to do the same thing, but instead of using a water zap, we would just use a flurry. But it did have to involve waiting for enemies to hit us twice, which is a lot of RNG that really does suck sometimes.
You know, one big unfortunate design flaw that KH3 has is that it has one of the most like intuitive and fun countering systems with the reprisals that you can do in like any game that I've played. The thing is, enemies suck at hitting you. Sometimes you'll hit them and they just like will choose to do their own thing and ignore you, like go over to Africa. And sometimes when you hit them and they hit you back, they just completely whiff you. So it's unfortunate sometimes that we can't make use of this really cool reprisal system.
Oh.
At least in base game. It gets a lot better in your mind with limit cut.
Yeah. In the past Cage games, the general rule has always been you hit an enemy, they just hit you back. If you just stand there after doing a hit on them, but here they just do whatever they want regardless of whatever you do. Lemon.
Assuming you're making EXP incentive food.
Yeah. That should be everything. Oh, no, not everything.
So we just got
Okay, now
the shooting star keyblade here. Has some pretty good magic stat, and we just upgraded it at the Moogle using that fluorite we grabbed on Olympus to give it an extra magic stat. So this is the keyblade we're going to be using for the rest of early game until a little bit later. As I mentioned, like at the beginning of the run, magic in Kingdom Hearts 3 is very powerful, especially when you stack the magic stat for it. So it's pretty much what we're going to be going for this entire run. And got
Yeah,
another little cool skip coming up here.
Well, first we're cooking.
Oh right, I forgot about cooking.
So why do we cook? Like that takes quite a bit of time, but by cooking you can get access to some bonuses that you can't get with the food that you just buy from a Moogle. Mainly, we want to cook 3 different types of food, and we want to get the excellent rating on them, so they show like a little plus at the end of their name. So by having 3 excellent foods and then just 2 other foods, we can get this bonus called EXP incentive, and that just increases the experience we get by beating enemies, and it helps us a lot, especially on crit, where EXP gain is reduced from other difficulties.
We did it!
I was really worried with the fish there.
Yeah, if you fail the cooking, it's pretty bad. So, fortunately, no issues there. Yida is quite the chef.
Chef Yida.
So this game has a couple different times that we find the gummy ship in between worlds. Unlike past games in the Kingdom Hearts series, where the gummy ship was just an auto scroller, this one's actually an open world that you can travel in like a in a 3D plane. I think a lot of people prefer this form of gummy travel in the series compared to what we had before, where they were just boring auto scrollers, where I don't think anybody ever had fun. But the gummy ship's actually kind of fun in this game. There's a lot of things you can do, like shoot these asteroids to get like different sense materials. Some exploration, like this constellation that Yida just took a picture of. That's actually going to give us a new gummy ship that's faster than the one we currently have. So we'll be using that later.
Yeah, the speed of the gummy ship is really important. It just saves a lot of time, like over the course of having to travel these long distances.
So here's a pretty annoying trick that's also kind of neat. Gummy skip. So you can actually skip these bosses here by doing a somewhat frame perfect trick after the fight loads in. Basically, right before the fight loads in, Yida is going to be timing his button presses for the camera and or the U-turn button. And if he can time it right, he can actually activate like either of those 2 abilities and just straight up skip this fight. Like
there
right
we
there,
go.
you got it. Good job. 4 attempts. It's like this is a hard trick, and it's the bane of so many runners where you just lose like upwards of 30 seconds.
Oh, absolutely.
And I don't think there's any Kingdom Hearts 3 runner, or ever has been, even at the top level, who's been like 100% consistent, or at least close to that with gummy skip. Everybody struggles with it. It's so hard to do.
Yeah, so even if it takes a few times, like attempts, it still generally ends up saving time, especially using the default ship. It's not very effective at taking down the boss. Box.
Interesting? Question mark? So I do want War Desire. That's the one thing I want. And I am not getting it. There we go. Arrogance is nice as well. Good fight.
Yeah, that looked really good.
Damn, I was doing that fight wrong this whole time.
No, I literally just wanted to try the beginner strat and it worked. Oh, actually,
What do
I
you
don't
know?
So yeah, now we're buying the rest of the food. So now we have the full course meal, essentially. And now we're just gonna eat and we're gonna roll for the bonuses until we get the XP incentive. And there are a lot of different bonuses to go through and it's random what you get. Oh, that was quick.
Nice.
That's good.
That was pretty solid.
Yeah.
I've spent like
So-
upwards of almost a minute some runs trying to roll EXP incentive.
Yeah, so that's a feature that some people might not be aware of, that if you keep hitting the chest choice button, then it will show you the full course bonus that you will get if you hit it at that time. But if you cancel out and do it again, then you can just go through it until you get the bonus you want.
Which later on, the amount of bonuses you can get depends on the amount of plus foods you have, and in Remind we're gonna have an interesting grind when we have to get a certain bonus from 5 plus foods, so you can imagine the amount of bonuses I need to roll through until I get it. Also, I do want to grab this high refocuser and not splash run.
Oh no!
Yeah, this is the thing that people often complain about Kingdom Hearts 3. Like, you just activate these special attacks when you're trying to pick up a chest so often, it's quite annoying.
I actually didn't even know I had a splash run. Obviously, you can't see if you have attractions if you're inside the mech, but I guess you can still get them when you're inside it.
Yeah, and speaking of mechs, that's what we're gonna be fighting with, or in for the vast majority of this world here. Toybox is kind of balanced around mech combat with these enemies, because you obviously do a lot of damage in the mech against them, so they're pretty beefy. But for pretty much most of the world, we're gonna try to stick with these blue mechs that he's currently in now. They're probably the most balanced mech out of the 3 types you have. You have the purple ones, which are good at range attacks, the red ones, which are good with melee, and then the blue ones are pretty much your speed class that are kind of like a jack of all trade.
Well, I'm kind of worried about our new friends.
So we're going to use another mech here to do some movement tech to boost up to the first floor, because normally you'd have to take this this spinning rail in the middle of the room, but we just take a mech, boost on up, grab a fire cuff link, airstep to the next fight.
Yeah, and one thing to note about the mechs is that your stats don't matter for it at all, but the difficulty does. So on crit, you take a lot of damage, and it's easy to lose your mech if you really get targeted a lot by the enemies.
So we're in a red mech, the melee mech I was mentioning now. So we're pretty much just going to be punching these guys. Oh, no.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said anything.
And you cursed them.
But yeah, luckily there's a backup mech that you can go right into, and yeah, good job finishing the fight there.
I personally didn't know about those mechs in the corner when I first played this game casually.
Yeah, I think a lot of
They're kind of
people
hidden.
didn't know back then.
So we built up arrow guns in Andy's room. We're going to use that for some movement here in Toybox, because the arrow guns has a double flight, essentially a double jump. Lets you jump higher than you normally could.
Yeah, it's an ability that Sora will get later on, but having the form change gives you access to it earlier, but in a limited manner.
And over here we're gonna get a very important item, Gold Amulet.
Yeah, don't forget this.
How many fluorites do you currently have?
Essentially, what it does is that it turns the money orbs into big money orbs so that whenever anything drops money, it's going to drop more money. And that's going to, let's say, finance our speed run here.
Yeah, with the gold amulet in Cage 3, money is almost, for most difficulties, almost practically a non-issue. It is a very strong item that they, for some reason, put very early in the game. But I suppose it is kind of hidden off.
Well, I did not know that could happen.
Okay, so we're...
What is going on?
That spot right there in particular. Okay, he got it.
Okay, good. So to explain, that's a bit of a glitch with the air step and those plushies you can jump on. If you air step right at the time that you're doing this like auto movement on top of the plushie, you can target air step targets through the walls, and that can like, you know, get you through the walls, and that allows us to get this mech, which we will use to destroy this angelic amber boss here.
This strat, as well as like many other like cool little gimmicks we do in KH3 speedrunning, was discovered by a casual player on YouTube who uploaded it.
Oh,
And
no,
I
no,
think
no, no, no,
he-
no, 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 no. I didn't
Oh, you spawned
look
the
at my
enemies.
health?
Oh no! Oh,
We're gonna
why
need
is
another
this
mech.
run-
box of enemies to your side there that Yida accidentally triggered. And that can happen, but that's okay. Like most fights here, we have a backup mech.
Yeah,
I was-
fortunately.
Way too comfortable. Okay. Unfortunate.
Okay, good recovery though.
Yeah, it's really nice that that trick was found, because that fight on critical can be very hard if you like fight it intentionally. We used to do like some counter shield strats against her, which were kind of jank because it kind of relied on getting critical counters, which are a little tricky to get.
Yeah. So on to
No,
another
no, not like this.
glitch that didn't work for some reason. That mech was supposed to be there at the start of this fight, but for some reason it was not. And yeah, the mech is very
Well-
helpful for this fight.
Yeah. So this is tricky. You're just gonna have to do like some melee hits on this UFO. The way this UFO health works is it's not like necessarily damage, it's hits that you do. Okay, oh no. Got killed by off screen by one of the mechs that spawned in. Unfortunate. That's why we try to use that mech glitch trick for this fight. It makes it a
Yeah,
lot
on
more
crit,
safe.
very dangerous.
You might benefit from trying to build arrow guns like on the soldiers here.
Maybe, but I don't feel safe using arrow guns at this point.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so what other difficulties usually do is use the double arrow guns form change, which has like a, if you hold down R2, it allows you to sort of rapid fire some shots that don't do a lot of damage, but as Star mentioned, this is more hit based than damage.
And when we get him like to his last bit of health here, he's
Okay.
going to teleport away a lot more frequently and a lot less hits too. And he also spawns in these mechs here, which makes the fight a lot more dangerous. So a good backup strat we do that Yida's currently doing is hit him with a couple ticks of the Hero's Origin shot lock.
Because that shot lock is instant and it has no travel time, so it will instantly hit the UFO before you teleport away.
Ooh, yeah, that was scary.
I don't even feel like I'm speedrunning, I feel like I'm just trying to survive.
You know, I can tell you if that was me, that run would be dead already. Like I would have had to, like when I lost arrow guns to the mech one time in one of my runs, and I'd redo the fight, I died like 5 times trying to do it.
Yeah, it is good to know where it teleports each time. It has HP gates where it changes. But
Because it is a consistent pattern where it goes to.
I'm just sad that I couldn't use the mech strat.
We're gonna try to channel our inner insert logic T here for Baron Rex minigame in the mech.
Yeah, so here's some more mech gameplay.
I'm surprised that worked, but okay.
Yeah, you want to hit some specific timings here that you break the glass and then spawn that next wave of mechs, and then they fall into that trap, which just activates at that time.
Yeah. There's a couple traps throughout the room that you can make use of. That one, like Den mentioned, is one of them. And these little bomb orbs that Yida's been shooting at is another one. When they get hit, they explode and kill all mechs around them. And there's a route that we take where we shoot at specific orbs so that we hit like mechs as they're spawning and kill a good chunk of them. And Yida did a very good job handling that second phase.
My mech! Oh, no! Ah!
Meow wow!
Where do I... Oh, okay, there's one.
Yeah, set on critical mode, you can lose your mech easily.
I've killed this boss with Meow Wow in shot locks a few times because he killed my mech.
I was at a 112. Whatever.
Dude,
we take those.
You almost matched my best Baron Rex with a scuffed Baron Rex, and I'm so upset with myself.
Yeah, also one thing you might have noticed, his air slides were really like slow during that section. That's because Sora is actually using like a preset set of abilities rather than what he actually has equipped. So he had this aerial dodge equipped, which is like basically makes your air slide worse.
It's a terrible ability, and I don't know what they were thinking when they added it to the game.
Yeah.
And it's a trap, and like I feel bad for a lot of people who don't know about it because, you know, if you don't know too much about this game or playing it for your first time, you're typically not going to turn off like the abilities that are on by default. Because what that ability does is it overwrites your air slide in combat, and it's literally a worse version of air slide. So a lot of people get trapped into keeping it on when they don't realize that it's actually a bit of a detriment.
Yeah, so here's some more mech fights. Yeah, we just gotta clear these. We gotta like assemble this particular object that represents a creature called Cactuar.
Bit of a Final Fantasy reference.
Yeah. So a few sections we need to complete here to get access to the final boss of this world.
You got to deal with like each of the different mechs a little differently. The easiest ones to kill are by far the purple ones. They have very low defense, very low health. It literally just takes one punch and both hits of one exploders to kill one of them. The blues aren't that bad to kill. It's the red ones that are really annoying because they're really beefy. They have a lot of health, and they also do a lot of damage in melee range.
Whatever. I didn't even change my accessories, so I don't even know if this is gonna one-shot. Oh.
It should still,
Oh, it did.
Yeah, I always rolled with,
Yeah, so using the Meow finisher there, it hits basically all enemies in this fight when you use it at that particular position on that floor.
It's a very nice tech that makes that fight a lot faster because I mean it takes out like a large chunk of enemies. If we weren't able to do that, then we'd probably spend like an extra at least 10-15 seconds dealing with another wave of enemies on the second floor. There's a lot of cool mech tech that we take advantage of. This fight here, particularly with the purple mech, the cannon's RC that he has actually has the longest cooldown out of any of the mech RCs, but we can make use of this trick where we literally jump out of the mech and back into it after using it, and that resets the cooldown of cannons, which makes this fight very simple. As you can see, just devastates the entire room, but sometimes enemies like to hide in the corner and not get hit.
A little bit random.
Normally you only need 2 cannons, but I had so many survivors I had to do a third one, and even then, the big plushy partners were still alive.
So we just unlocked the final boss of the world, but we're actually not going to fight him yet. We're going to go to the next world, Corona here, for a couple reasons. One, we level up so that we get a little more beefier for the fight. The other reason is we pick up a couple magic boosts in Corona 2 to boost our magic stat. But most importantly, we get arguably the most powerful Keyblade in the game ever after from Corona, which is going to help us really devastate the boss of this world, as well as many others throughout the run. That's a solid toy box one time. So here's that Moogle ship I was talking about that we picked up on the way to Toy Box. Moves a little bit faster than the base Scummy. It sucks with combat though. Not very powerful with its shots, but thankfully we don't even need to use it to fight anything. So it doesn't matter.
Me, and good to know there is no boss at the front of Kingdom of Corona, so we don't need to do a skip here or anything. We can just straight up fly there.
We have an anonymous donation of $21.50, and they say, "Thank you guys for putting on this amazing charity event. I know all the hard work that's been put in to help out a worthy cause. You should all be proud." Thank you very much for the support.
Thank you.
At that, we've already raised $150 for the event. 2 runs in. Keep those donations coming, guys. They support the Movember Foundation.
Okay, there we go. We updated it on the overlay.
Well, I think it did it automatically, didn't it?
I forget the program wasn't running, but it's running now.
Also, there may be a lot of audio cuts on my end, which I do apologize for. I think it's just the internet.
We dealt with some very unexpected audio issues that we haven't ran into prior to this run, and we had to change some things around. Not optimal, but just what we have to deal with. So we apologize for the inconvenience and the late start.
What is this meant to be again? Blizzard.
Blizzard.
Flynn,
Yeah.
where are you?
I actually like how you customize Blizzard there. I never thought to do that.
Yeah, it's pretty helpful.
Oh, that was you, Nick? Oh, well, thanks, Nick. Yeah, it was
Thank you,
anonymous.
Nick.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Nick, very much for the generous donation.
That happened to me in the GDQ before. In one of the runs, I donated, and apparently it was anonymous, but because I said, "Hey guys, Yida here," so they knew it was me. But I don't know
great.
why it was anonymous.
Oh, well.
So this is a pretty cool fight that we have here. We just dealt with the 3 big chief puffs and built up arrow guns, and we're actually going to use arrow guns to deal with these small guys and build up the second tier of this Keyblade transformation magic launcher. You're just going to get up on this cliff here, and he's going to go into auto shot mode by pressing R2.
Controller?
What is going on?
I don't know.
That was weird. I've never seen that. But anyway, he's in auto shot mode now, just shooting at all the chief buffs on the ground. The AoE from this shots hitbox has a very large range, and one-shots all of them that get hit. So we're able to deal with like those remaining waves very quickly. Going to use the finisher here, which should, I believe, it one-shots these guys.
Yeah,
Oh, instantly
break,
breaks their armor.
See-
There you go.
break the armor instantly. So, yeah, those 3 buffs, you can break their armor with arrow instantly, and also the magic launcher finisher happens to be very effective as well.
That's one of my favorite strats in the run. I really love that strat. Didn't you come up with the cliff
Lions.
idea, Yida?
Look.
I came up with everything that fight.
This whole run.
All right. Look
Good.
at all this water.
Still not sure if it's better to do that or arrow spam on beginner. I haven't. They're both RNG in their own ways. But in general,
Yeah, but the
that
magic
is
one
the go-to
strat is
strat.
so much cooler, dude. Get the swag points.
Okay. So we're gonna move on to Reapers. They're enemies that sometimes become immune to other attacks than fire. So we're gonna want to use a lot of fire because that's always effective on these.
Did you put on critical converter?
Yeah. No.
Oh no! And these guys are also very dangerous. Nice. So our goal is to end this fight with magic launcher, because we're going to use it for some movement and also take it into the next fight after this. So Yida is going to try to kill these guys to build up magic launcher, and then finish off the rest with fire.
Oh, when they do the spinny move, it's really hard to hit them.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's really sketchy. But Yida did a good job finishing that off.
I really don't like what that guy said.
So you may also notice that magic during these form changes is a little different. During arrow guns, instead of shooting one ball of fire, it's gonna shoot many of them, depending on the tier of the fire you have unlocked. And then magic launcher, it looks pretty much the same as normal, but it actually has higher damage numbers.
We've got company.
Oh, okay, that's bad. That's also bad.
They can climb walls?
It's way more cheerful out here.
Uh-huh.
There's slide level 3.
Rapunzel.
Would you look at this?
It's so pretty.
Do I have everything?
How about we stop for a
I meant to take off crit converter.
second and enjoy the scenery?
Sora, this looks like a good place to cross. Come on, let's swing across and look for a path.
Oh, no. 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 Oh, no. Crit. Yeah, air slide level 3 is not helpful when you're trying to do the launcher strat, I guess. But I have to use Meow Wow now.
What? He transformed! What is it with me and horses?
Oh, is the voice call dead?
Knock him out! Crush him! Yeah!
think my VC's dead. Thar and Den are gone. Oh no,
Some of these like bosses and enemies just absolutely get melted by Ralph.
Okay, they're back. I don't. Oh. Okay, that took a while. Also, it was on my end, but you guys died on me. I think they died again. I'm just gonna keep on going, but I'll try my best with commentary. At least until they come back.
Oh look! I see some birds! This way! Wait! Come back! I must have startled them. Wait! I've never seen so many flowers!
Actually, wait. It's definitely on my end. I'm gonna leave the voice call and start Discord. But I think
I think they're having a festival.
oh, are we back?
I bet you there's a lucky M-bomb here.
No. No, I lost the
Hey, is that a plaza up at the end of the street?
wait, I don't know if I equip stuff. I do equip stuff.
Hey, I think that's a lucky M.
Alright.
Keep dancing!
Yida solo commentator time. We're doing a dance minigame, and the whole goal is to
This is so fun!
basically press the right buttons at the right time. It's basically Melody of Memories before Melody of Memories came out. Obviously the spot you can just mash circle and X, it doesn't matter what you do here.
This is so fun!
Hey,
Keep dancing!
And of course,
This is so
we wanna do the mini performances or whatever. You can do these with barrels or stands with flags. And these are basically what we wanna do most of the time to fill up the bar
Keep dancing!
as much as possible.
you got it.
This is so fun!
That's not good. Oh no. Obviously, it's a lot more difficult with the amount of MP I have. That's the nice thing about Rune Ring, though. As long as we're above 1 MP, doesn't matter how much the spell costs, we can just use the magic and keep 1 MP. I am literally trying to solve my Discord problem while I'm doing the run. It is pretty hectic. Oh, this is even worse than I thought. I can't open Discord anymore. Oh no. It's just me by myself now. Okay, this is a problem I normally have. And I have to restart my laptop to fix this. There is no other way. It's like I'm gonna have to solo this for a while. Probably for the rest of the run.
Enough already! Get out of our way!
Really? I guess I was blocked by something.
Is it just me, or are the heartless more?
Even if you can see the enemy, if something's blocking Sora from the enemy, like a mini ledge or something, for some reason it won't let you S-step. Oh no no no. Oh, I could try opening Discord on browser, yeah. I've never done that before though, so logging in and stuff will be hard during the run. Alright, so now we're just gonna do a strat where we build a weird tower. And if I do this right, I just have to time it so that it comes down to the tower. I should be able to one-shot it. There we go. Email or phone number, not the username. Ah, okay. Oh no, I typed the password wrong. I have to go back into Corona to collect a magic boost, and obviously every point of magic is extremely important. I typed the wrong password. But yeah, we also get some money from attraction stands. I am sorry, I am trying to do 2 things at once here.
And there he goes again.
Switching to Kingdom Key because it has Treasure Magnet, which is nice to pick up money really quickly.
And there he goes again.
Especially when you have 2 treasure magnets at once. I'll grab this one as well, just for safety.
Nice moves.
Okay, apparently the desktop version doesn't even want to work. Whatever. Got what I was doing. Magic beasts. Now we're upgrading ever after 4 times. We have all the materials we need. Damascuses and fluorites. This is pretty much the keyblade we're going to be using for the rest of the run. I think I'm missing something, but whatever.
I think not.
I hear you guys.
No.
Browser version for the win.
Oh.
That took a while. Just to let you guys know, it's a lot harder to try and fix things while doing a run and scrolling down notes. But I somehow did it.
Oh, you're still muted on Discord, by the way.
Oh. There we go.
Okay, I think we have audio back to where it was before.
Alright, now I don't have to commentate all by myself. I felt so awkward doing that. I did not do a good job.
Yida, can you hear us?
Wait.
Yeah.
I'm still not hearing Yida on Discord.
Okay, I just heard myself on stream.
Oh.
Is
Hello? Hello?
it might be like a setting with his mic, like the input option on the browser.
Alright, fine.
Yeah.
This video. What about now?
Yes.
Yeah.
There you are.
Okay, everything's working.
Huzzah! Everything should be working. Cool. I think we are back. Apologize for those little technical upsets, but Yida did a good job solo commentating and also resolving the audio issues on his end simultaneously. Kudos to you for that, Yida.
Yeah.
I'm so happy I fixed it.
Dude, it's actually fine because I actually really had to use the bathroom, so it's like, okay, I'll take a break while he sorts that out. Nothing we can do on our end.
If I had to commentate the rest of the run by myself, I don't know if that would have turned out well.
Good news
There's
is,
definitely a lot more concentration
for sure.
that I need.
I have a lot of respect for runners who can like
commentate or even hold conversations while running at the same time. If anybody knows me well, you know that I cannot multitask at all when it comes to playing a game and talking to people. Not my strong suit. But we got a $50 donation from Insert Logic. Good luck to all the runners and kudos to the team running the marathon. Hope everyone enjoys the runs. Thank you for that, Logic.
Thank you very much.
I love you, Logic.
So I guess we can talk about this gummy movement here.
So we're supposed to be going to Monstropolis next, but as you can see, we're going a little bit out of our way. That's because we're going to be grabbing another one of these constellations. For a gummy ship. We just got the fastest ship in the galaxy. We just got the Millennium Falcon Kingdom Hearts 3 right here.
Yeah, this is incredibly fast.
That is unintentional. I thought I went above it, but that's weird.
Oh, I was watching the stream, and the stream was really far behind for me. I didn't realize you were already, like, at Gummy Skip.
Let's see.
Ooh, second
I'll take
try.
a second try.
Very nice. Yeah, so there's only 2 instances where we can do that gummy skip in the game. There's a third gummy boss that you have to fight at the end. Technically, you can do the trick where you do like the frame perfect camera, but he's in an enclosed boss room that doesn't open up until you defeat him. So we're gonna have to kill him at the end, but that comes a bit later. Right now we got Monstropolis, or Meowstropolis, as some people like to call it. I think you'll see why we call it that here in a bit. But this is a world of mob fights. I think it has the most mob fights out of any world in this run. So a lot of action to be had here.
Yeah, actually, because this is crit, it's more like a Meowstropolis.
A bit of a hybrid.
It's a mixture of both, but yeah. In particular, in this fight in particular, our magic stat is pretty low, so it's better to just Ralph here. But eventually, we do get better magic stat.
You can end the fight in one Ralph there if you get lucky with Flood RNG. It's not consistent, and more often than not, you won't be able to get it, but it is a cool little trick that you are able to get sometimes. You should always go into that fight with the mentality that there's going to be at least like 2 or 3 floods living at the end that you just finish off with some partial shot locks from ever after.
So I need to get my notes up.
And here he is, the big boy himself.
Oh, why do you have so much health? That's not right.
Huh. Did Sully not do his roar? That one must have just been out of range. But anyway, we go straight into a Meow Wow finisher on that first wave there. Brings them all to pretty low health, and Sully almost consistently immediately does his slam move on the ground, which finishes off the remaining living ones. Close call there. Gonna do some ever after shot locks on these big turtle toads to almost kill them. A little cleanup here at the end with some shot lock, or partial shot lock from the small guys.
Yeah, a little scary, but pulls through.
I think I might need to eat food now. I was very slow in today's run, so...
Nope, no
6
harm in
minutes?
checking. Where you're at right now. You're fine.
I think after the next one, after the next fight.
Yeah, I think you're good.
I think,
This is a little
you
tricky.
can make it at least until the long fight.
Yeah, because right
Maybe
now
you're
we go
a
into a
little
bit of a sort of mini-game section, like we tried on this trail. It's kind of an auto-scroller, and then after that we jump straight into a fight. So Yida is a bit afraid of losing the EXP incentive food, and that would mean you miss out a lot of experience as well as just having worse stats for the fight.
On other difficulties where you don't have level 3 super slide, you normally have to use the take cover RC to avoid those lightning balls, but with level 3 super slide we can just slide right through it on crit. We got our first laugh meter fight here. You see that laugh power meter in the top left? That is a an energy gauge that fills up as Boo laughs, and apparently Boo laughs when we kill enemies because it's funny. But yeah, we're gonna do a couple little tactics here. This fight, there's typically a blueprint of how you want to go about it, but you kind of got to react to what the fight gives you. So Yida opened up with a shot lock here. Looks like he's opting for Ralph to kill the large body wave. One of many strats that people like to do here. And hopefully, looks like everything's trapped. That's okay. Just a little cleanup on this last guy. Should spawn the next wave.
Alright, so this is the nicest wave to get an Ever After run, so we're just gonna go for that. And now we basically do a loop where we just meow wow, get the clones from Ever After, just shoot the 1 HP dudes. Next wave is out, Ether again, another meow wow, and we just repeat this over.
Yeah, you get a bunch of MP by killing those floaty enemies, whatever they're called.
Heroes is nice to have.
I don't know if we've mentioned this about Ever After, but you see those little Sora clones that he made? You can make up to 4 of those with Mirage Staff by using the dodge ability on the ground, and each of them shoots bullets with your attack. And normally, if you were to do a finisher with that shooting combo, the clones that you built would disappear. However, we can keep the clones out by simply not doing the finisher of our combos, and they can just stay out indefinitely. There's a lot of uses we make of that here in Monstropolis in particular.
I forgot to buy a Koopa coin. Oh no.
To make it through this, you got a Moogle coming up. Yeah, these rail sections can be dangerous if you don't kill all the enemies or dodge them. But it's very consistent, the patterns that they spawn and come at you. So with enough practice, you can do this pretty well, no problem.
Alright, that's a fight that you can just profound straight past. Totally optional. Just go to the door and ignore the enemies.
There are a couple instances in Kingdom Hearts 3 where the game spawns you into what looks to be a forced mob fight, but you can actually just walk right past it.
Yeah.
It tricks a lot of new players up. Including another one that's coming up here soon. There's a couple in Monstropolis, I believe.
So we're coming up on this blazer section. Oh, okay. I think we're good here.
Heal.
So Yida is going to have to avoid these lasers. They pretty much just kill Sora, especially if you're not full HP. Gonna have to be careful.
Yeah, Yida is making a bold move here, not healing before he goes in, but he made it through no problem. Never had a doubt. Right here's a Moogle shop that Yida will probably be buying a Koopa coin at. Which he... Oh,
nope.
Or not.
Never.
We don't do that here.
Dude, no mercy.
Yeah. Sadly, I am low on ether, so maybe I shouldn't get Koopa coins. But yeah, I did also pick up an extra Damascus just there, and it is for Remind. It's gonna be used to upgrade Oblivion a set amount of times, I forgot. That was scary.
So we're gonna use a couple Meow Wows here and finish off these big guys in the remaining wave with shot locks.
For the most part, the route is very similar to normal any %, but there are a few spots where you may want to grab some extra stuff to prepare for the DLC content. That's going to be very challenging.
The Damascus is the last thing we really do that go out of the way for during the 100% portion. But the real grind for the Remind stuff is actually after we beat the main story. Right before we actually start the Remind DLC. So
Right.
now we're just eating the food the second time again, just to refresh. And this is the big Monstropolis fight, so hopefully
Another one of
nothing bad
those
happens.
those boo laugh meter fights.
Yeah, so one of the things about the laugh bar is that if Sully takes damage, the bar actually goes down. So that might affect how many enemies you actually need to kill in this fight.
Ow.
There is a little bit of RNG here. We may see if he got it. It's unlikely. But you can get a second wave. And he got it. Marathon luck. It's debatable whether getting this extra spawn is good or bad. But you kind of got to deal with it.
We're not getting the full shot lock, that is bad. So if you don't get a full shot lock, it deals significantly less damage. So that is very unfortunate.
You're still over.
Why did I use fires? I wasn't meant to. I'll roll with it for now. Oh no, I lost my mana. Okay.
It's hard. It's tricky to know what to do on that phase because it's pretty rare wave to get there, so it's hard to practice and know like exactly what the right move is to get. It's kind of interesting, but like the RNG of whether you get that extra wave or not is tied to the current save file that you have. So any attempt you do on this fight, on this current save that you're playing, you will always get extra wave if you get it on any of them. Not sure what causes it to spawn, but just one of those things that for some reason I guess they wanted to add in for unknown reasons.
I guess I'll Ralph it. Why not? Probably the fastest way I can finish this last one.
Yeah, I think they should
At
end it
this
once you
point.
kill him.
Yeah,
Like I
the
said,
big
it's debatable
enemies,
whether... Go on, Ken, sorry.
the big enemies do fill up the laugh power bar more than the small enemies. Not quite
Just
enough.
a couple more enemies.
Oh, I got really lucky with the Erosa.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, so Erosa, we do have access to that because of the Ever After Keyblade, which we upgraded. So instead of getting like Aurora as the saturation command, it gets upgraded up to Erosa, which is a very powerful spell at this point in the game.
And now, pretty much for the rest of the world, we're gonna try our best to keep Ever After till the boss. So it's really nice that I have the full gauge. I'm also gonna pick up extra items to sell for later on, just for safety.
So if you guys remember those flame cores from Olympus, well, they're about to be back. We got a couple firefights here coming up. I really enjoy these fights. These are some of my favorite fights in the run, personally. Mainly because water is one of my favorite spells to use. So you make some use of water, but I think Yida's going to be trying to proc a splash run here. Open up with the shot lock on the big guy, go straight into Meow Wow finisher.
I don't think RNG is on my side today. I don't think it has been.
Yeah, Splash Run very effective in this fight because of the big AoE water damage, which the flame cores are of course weak to.
Right. Unfortunately, he didn't get it. He had to pop some ethers so that he can actually cast water on these flame cores because of that their DM mechanic that we talked about earlier, where water cancels it out.
Yeah, good cleanup there.
Unlucky RNG, but good way to adapt. There's a piece of armor in the left corner that you can pick up to sell for later too. If you know about it, yeah. I would usually pick that up if I was concerned about money on a run.
Another high refocus as well, which is going to be important for the boss in the next world. My movement is terrible. Oh no.
Well, I think that was your splash run that you needed on that one flood, so that's snake. Of course, you get it during movement. Oh.
Yeah, this game loves to play with your feelings when it comes to getting. Sometimes they just give them at the wrong places. I'm gonna grab this ether.
Yeah, a little bit of lag with the video stream. Hopefully, it will smooth out in a second.
Looks like it's smoothed out now.
Yeah.
Oh, wrong side of the menu. I am doing this fight completely wrong. But the idea is getting Meows out and then in this final section just getting a shot lock, which should kill everything for me. And now we have the third summon, Simba, which isn't gonna see much use now. I am gonna use it in the next fight, but it's gonna see more use in the next world. Crit Converter. 10? Yes.
Last mob fight of the world before the final boss here.
Yeah, so we get to see the power of Simba. This is like, the finisher is much like Meow finisher, but it's a lot more damage. And it leaves a burning ground effect, which will keep damaging enemies.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if its range of the finisher damage is the same as Meow Wow.
It's a lot smaller,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
that's what I
Yeah.
figured. But it's a lot more devastating.
The door vault's right through
Oh.
there.
And I just learned I was doing that fight wrong this entire time too. My god, that was fast.
Okay, so coming up, we're getting to the final boss of this world, and yeah, this time actually, since we have Ever After, that is a very effective way to take down this boss. We don't really have any reason to go to Arendelle first, like we did with Thai Box, going to Corona first.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. This is actually not bad, getting a red MP. That's another thing about crit. If you have red MP, the rate of your form, or the rate of the arrows is actually increased.
Yeah, that you generate. So getting that opening where he goes instantly into tentacles, the way you deal with it is just going straight into Meow Wow finisher
By and that one shots all of them. And what's good about that opening on crit is, like Hida said, is it puts you in MP charge and increases the rate at which your arrows build, which essentially allows you to keep Mirage Staff indefinitely for the entire fight.
You'll notice he's floating in the air with his clones here. That's because he's able to dodge cancel out of his attack before the finisher and go straight into another one and stay in the air indefinitely for this entire first phase. Pretty neat trick that we've been able to do since the patch that came out with Remind. Reduce the amount of time you have in between combos or the end lag. But just got to the DM phase here. We're going to do a little Ralph build here, and hopefully this should kill the boss.
Yeah, this looks good.
Ralph,
Yeah,
baby!
there we go. Freaking, that's the power of Ralph. That's a lot of damage. So yeah, we're just gonna build in the air. You always get this block that points upwards, so you can use that to build in the air where the boss is and build around him, and boom.
Like the way Ralph works is so intuitive, and like they had to have designed him like with the way he functions in mind, but I just don't think they play tested him at all. It's like, okay, this is fine. We'll just give him this damage multiplier and he'll be good.
Yeah.
It's quite comical how strong leaks are in a lot of this game.
Or if they made Ralph any weaker, I don't think he would be even first place.
I think he would still like be pretty strong. Like you could still take off a good chunk of boss's health. Maybe not one shot them, but yeah. Sometimes it's a shame how strong links are because there's a lot of other like options, strats we could be using with Keyblade transformations that are a bit more fun. But a lot of these fights that we can cheese with Ralph, like the boss in Kingdom Corona and that boss right there, they would be absolutely terrible without Ralph killing them. So I am thankful for that.
But yeah, from this point on, well, actually, since Monstropolis, the run should be a lot easier. I'd say everything from Kingdom of Corona and before is the hardest part of the 80% portion. Now we're pretty much in the, I guess, the safe zone of the run. Nothing too hectic here.
Yeah, that's one thing that's interesting about critical mode is you think like as you get further in the game that it would become a lot more dangerous, but the game like it actually becomes a lot easier to survive as you progress through the game.
Oh, I should put on the petite ribbon.
Think the Heartless are after her?
Oh, you didn't do that already?
Yeah, that makes a huge difference later on when I'm trying to survive in one of the worst section in this world.
Oh yeah.
And I should also
Oh.
buy a Koopa coin for that as well.
Yeah. Here's another
But
one
yeah.
of those fights that the game tricks you into fighting, but you don't actually have to fight.
Get up there!
One big reason that the game sort of becomes easier the further we get is the EXP incentive food that we have. We just get so much more experience than you would have without it.
Yeah, we definitely are a lot stronger than they probably intended for you to be right now. But we went out of our way for it.
Yeah, some more Simba usage using the Firaga Roar deals a lot of damage, taking out the weaker mobs, and also, you know, tearing quite a bit of that Proctrol's HP as well.
There
That
is a
killed
Ralph.
all of the deers.
There is a Ralph strat you can do here that can one-shot the Rock Troll. It's a little tricky, and there's RNG to it. So this opting for the Simba opening and just finishing with double shot lock is a lot safer and more consistent strat.
Yeah, and that was a good fight.
That was actually, yeah, I like that actually.
I'm trying to see if there are any menus. I don't think there are. Probably just 10?
If you do crit like I do, your next menu wouldn't be until before Skull. Nope, that's a lie. Right after Olaf fight, before Marshmallow, you get double fight.
Auto target being interesting there.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's how the auto target of the like new patch that we're currently using.
I can't do movement.
Because before this patch, you weren't able to auto-target or lock on to enemies that were off your camera. And a lot of people, including us speedrunners, were complaining about that. and we were saying the targeting system sucks, you need to fix this. They fixed it, and it actually made it incredibly worse, and we instantly regretted complaining about it.
Oh yeah, at
Now,
least for the like any percent section, it's much worse. But perhaps for like some of the DLC bosses, it might be a lot better this way.
It just definitely makes movement a lot harder, because as you can see, like with our air slides, we like to do attacks after air slides because that lets us stay in the air indefinitely. But if there's an enemy behind you that your auto target can lock onto, like at the last second, Sora will sometimes just track backwards to them. So we've had to make some adaptations to that.
Yeah. So anyway, these fights, we basically continue to use Simba finishers and hope that all the enemies die. Good.
Yeah, Simba's an alright ability. He's alright.
Alright. Let's just buy the Koopa coin for safety. And some ethers, why not?
Yeah, definitely want to buy a Koopa coin right here. You got is the rail coming up, or is that's after this? Well, coming up we have a section of the run that's killed many of people's runs in the past. As we mentioned, we use IGT as a timing method for Kingdom Hearts 3.
And one negative part of that is that if you die outside of a forced mob fight and you're forced to use a continue, that actually resets your IGT back to where it was before you died, which would effectively make your speedrun invalid, because it would give you like an advantage of being able to retry fights that you died on if you hit continue. So unfortunately, due to this, we have to make a rule where if you use a continue, then your run is invalid in terms of IGT. We have to use RTA. And dying on this little rail selection that he's on right now would force a continue. It's very easy to die here, so you have to be very careful, and ideally have a Koopa coin. With that Moogle's Chop, like right before that section, there's no reason why you shouldn't have a Koopa coin there.
Yeah, just making sure that all the enemies die, or if they happen to survive, then truly pay close attention that you manage to dodge their attacks. Unlike maybe on beginner, you might not really care about the enemies and just try to slide forward as fast as possible.
Okay, we're out of the labyrinth.
Pick up some armor here to sell later, and then another Damascus. Arendelle it's really more of a movement intensive world. Most of the fights are they have like pretty basic Simba strats, except for the two fights at the end, which have some pretty technical strats that we're going to see here. But for the most part, the biggest thing about going fast in Arendelle is optimizing your movement. Gonna grab an elixir here, which we're gonna use later on here in this world, actually, on the last boss.
Interesting movement. Alright, this is the section where I could die 50 times or not die once. You never know.
Yeah, it's an auto-scroller
Probably.
section. You might think like, oh, just an auto-scroller, but on critical mode, this is extremely dangerous.
Yeah, you'll die very easily here. You got these 3 dragons chasing you in the back, as you can see here. And honestly, the advice I always give runners when they ask, like, what's the best way to handle this fight, is to just remain calm. Remain calm, focus on what you're doing, and above all else, minimize your movement. Like, try to stay towards the middle of the room. When you, like, move all over the place, all over the screen, that's when you're going to start getting clipped by stray lasers.
If you just, like, try to keep to the middle, it's typically the easiest to avoid all the lasers that are shot at you.
You do also have to keep note of those enemies on the ground that are coming towards you. If they get too close, they can actually hit you and deal a lot of damage. They seem a little inconsistent how they work.
Well, if you get hit by a laser, that causes you to slow down, and that's when they get closer to you.
Yeah, but there have been cases where they hit you anyway.
But yeah, now we got 2, so we got 2 lasers to avoid. And pretty soon here, I don't remember. I think it's after 7 lasers. The third one comes out, and there should be 14 or 16 lasers total here before the end.
Yeah, this is the toughest part.
One thing that helped me focus on this when I was running crit was I would always just count the lasers as they came out. It would just keep my mind off the fact that I could die very easily and just help me focus. One of the tricks that I found to help. He's just doing a good job minimizing his movement. And
Okay.
no
Excellent.
damage.
No,
Nice.
no damage.
Very
yeah.
nice.
So what can
Alright, this
also kind of trip you up there is that they collide into each other a little bit, and yeah, their movements can be very unexpected. So good job there dodging all of them.
This part is pretty fun. Like once you get past that dangerous
Auto scroller, you get to this this little sledding minigame where we're gonna grab a lot of money, and I personally have a lot of fun on this section. I love this minigame. Ooh, left side. Is there more money on the left, or is it faster?
It's safer. Less trees to worry about bumping into. But
Fair
it's
enough, fair enough.
the same speed. I don't know about money though. I never checked.
Well,
It
there's
looks like
definitely
it's
more
less
money in the cave, but the cave is, like you said, pretty dangerous. Yeah, there's a lot of different paths you can take down the mountain on the sledding minigame. But the one Yida's sticking to is typically tends to be the most fast. The fastest. Most fast. Does that make sense? I don't know. Anyway, we're almost done.
Yeah, so those enemies we were avoiding before shooting those lasers, we're gonna fight them now, in like normal combat.
Yep, they're back.
I didn't equip Fyra. I'm an idiot. Oh no.
You
I'm
fired
gonna. Simba. I'm gonna Simba.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
I was
shot
gonna
lock this
say.
guy first though. And then Simba. Just have the last 2 left.
Simba is a very safe and effective strat against these guys on crit. A little surprised when you cast fire. I didn't know that you were gonna do that. But yeah, you can keep them stunned in the air by just spamming that roar on them.
Okay, this one should be down, and this one's on the ground. It's a lot easier to deal with them when they're on the ground too. They have,
Yeah.
well, they move a lot less, but I think it moved away.
Don't go underground.
Yeah,
Don't
it
go
did.
underground. Don't go underground.
What?
Oh, unlucky.
There we go. I'm a fool for not equipping Fyra.
Oh yeah, so the thing is with the customize of this game is that it doesn't get upgraded to the latest tier of magic automatically. You have to do it manually. So Yida went into the like manual magic menu in his command. What do you call it?
Customize. Shortcuts.
Shortcuts.
No, it's not really shortcuts.
Your magic menu.
The command menu. In the command menu, the magic menu, that always has your up-to-date tier of magic, unlike your customized menu, which you have to remember to upgrade.
Alright, now we got a little mini game where we gotta find Olaf. Olaf is spread all over the mountain. We gotta find his pieces, put them back together, and get him to shut up. So, I remember casually I hated this part. Like, I think I found every part that was wrong first before finding the right pieces of Olaf.
Yeah, fortunately,
Nice.
very quick if you know exactly what to do.
You can end up losing like upwards of 30 seconds on the last part with the legs in the lake if you don't do your movement properly.
Oh yeah, the
Yidamoda
legs
did.
can just run away if you do it a little bit wrong.
So more Simba action here.
There's always one.
Yeah, hoping to kill everyone with the finisher, but not always the case.
It happened like once every 20 runs on crit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Love the pin. Double flight. Random magic extender. Unequip combo plus. Oh, for skull. Okay. I don't know where it is though.
Technically, you don't have to if you do 2 hits on your first combo, but I always did anyway.
Oh, you're right. I guess it's air combo plus that matters, not combo. I don't know.
Well, I would take off combo plus because I didn't feel comfortable doing the first round combo with 2 empty hits. But you can definitely do it.
Oh.
So yeah, we got another like long movement section coming up here. On our way up to Marshmallow, the next fight in the world. This section can be a lot of fun, or it can be pretty shitty, depending on like how consistent you are with your multi-air slides that day.
Just keep moving. You'll warm up.
Nothing ever gets you down.
But shout outs to whoever routed this this climb up the mountain. This is one of the coolest like spots of movement in the entire run.
Feels very weird with max movement.
What does beginner have like air slide level 2 here? I think.
Yeah. And only super slide level 1.
Ooh.
Yeah, but we do have double flight now. The ability that we were using earlier with the form change of Double Arrogant and the magic launcher.
Oh, I hate the breath attack. I hate it so much. Why did I air slide? I didn't want to air. Oh, no. Okay. We're good.
Huh, interesting setup.
1, 2. I'll go this way.
Okay, so we got him stunned with Ralph again. Gonna be building around him.
Guess I'll do one like this. That's not even gonna hit, is it? No, probably not. Oh,
This is looking
we
pretty
take
solid.
those.
Oh, nice. You can
Ended
get a
up
one
pretty
shot
good.
on the Ralph. It's hard to do and it's not consistent, but he is able to finish him off with 2 shot locks here pretty easily after that Ralph. So that was a good Marshmallow fight.
Yeah, good fight.
That big snowman wasn't too friendly, huh?
Okay, but the real challenge is gonna be Skull, which should be consistent most of the time, but sometimes it can just give you the wrong pattern at the very start. Or not even the wrong pattern, but just stand in the wrong position and mess everything up. But
Yeah.
usually it shouldn't be a problem.
Dan, I'll let you try to explain Skull.
Well,
Dagger
actually,
endurance. Oh boy.
well, yeah, I'm not like 100% sure on what the strat Yida is going to be doing, but a big part of the strats for this fight, this upcoming fight, is yeah, the stagger endurance mechanic again. So we can use the ever after shot lock, which deals 28 hits, and all of them deal 1 point of stagger damage. And Skull has 25 stagger endurance, so 1 shot lock is enough to break the stagger endurance. So we sort of have this combo where we keep him in a loop. Like we break his stagger endurance, we keep like attacking and attacking, keeping him stunned, and then when he's about to recover, we use another shot lock, which breaks his stagger endurance again, just as he's recovering, and then we can continue the loop.
And basically, what breaking stagger endurance means is once stagger endurance hits 0, when you break it, the boss will stagger from your attacks very easily. And I'm not like sure. I don't think anybody's entirely sure like how it works exactly, but basically, after a certain amount of time, they start getting their stagger endurance back. But with the combo and Ever After Shot Lock Sim, which is talking about, we managed to break it right as he was about to be able to recover.
Yeah, it's 10 seconds after which they just instantly recover all the stagger endurance. So this boss also has this property where hitting it with a fire finisher just always staggers.
Oh
Oh,
no,
no,
I forgot to
Yidamoda.
change to fire. Oh no. Oh no.
You can still do this with fire.
Uh-oh.
I think we'll let Yida concentrate here.
Alright, I'm just gonna use fire then. I hope this works. I hope this works. I hope this works. It doesn't look like it's doing enough damage. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe not, actually. Oh.
This should do it. This should do it. This should do it.
Oh,
Nice. Let's go.
Good job.
Oh my gosh. That was a nice recovery. Little improv at the end. That fight, if you get DM'd by Skull, especially when he's like lower on health, you're more than likely going to get another DM immediately after. And getting just one DM on Skull, you're losing close to a minute per DM. It's absolutely devastating time loss if it happens. Thankfully, the strat is pretty damn consistent in my experience. Usually, if you get DM'd, it's on player error.
Well, the fight I had there was the actual strat that I use. You wanted to roar after your second last shot block. The only problem was I didn't have fire, so I wasn't sure if I was going to be
Oh, interesting.
within the right damage range, but yeah. What's the menu? Fire cufflink. And then Fira. I forgot to put Fira for 2 different fights. Skull and
That was very
Fossils.
smooth menuing though with Fyra in that first combo.
Yeah, I think if I didn't do those first 3 Firas,
I probably would have gotten
wouldn't
DM'd.
have. Yeah, it would have had maybe half a bar left at the very end. But it's good to know it is possible without customizing Fire. It's just a little bit weird.
You still have your Kupo coin, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. This is a world you do not want to go into without a Kupo coin. And you will see why here in a bit. But yeah, this is the go on.
I feel like I forgot something in my menu.
No harm in double checking.
Come back, Chip! We better get rid of them quick!
Who's shooting at us?
Ceasefire! Ceasefire!
That can kill you, by the way.
Get away, you
In grip. The cannons.
I don't think they one-shot you.
It
That's
didn't.
who's doing this.
Oh well, you
I don't know
have
about-
the armor I have on. But yeah, here's this fight's pretty dangerous. The goal of this fight here, what Yita's gonna be trying to do is he's gonna try to build up the counter shield form change at the end so that he can bring that into the next fight.
Okay.
The reason for that is counter shield, like in its form change, it has the second chance and withstand combo abilities, which basically allow you to cheat death. They leave you at 1 HP. Basically any attack that would kill you instead puts you at 1 HP. So unless you don't, or unless you're what am I trying to say? Unless you have 1 HP, you can't die with second chance once more. And that makes the next fight a hell of a lot more safer because it's very easy to die on a Raging Vulture here.
I did that fight completely wrong. I was meant to use
Jack said to head for
two
the
ever after
island
shot
straight in
locks,
front
but
of us.
But that fight's scary.
in general, you want to finish the fight in counter shield so that you instantly have counter shield in the Vulture fight. Otherwise, you would have to get off the mini Heartless and switch it in midair and find another Heartless again to ride on. It's pretty annoying to deal with.
Yep, so we basically have two things to fall back on in this next fight. We have the counter shield second chance once more, in addition to the Koopa coin we have.
Yeah, so realistically, we can't die. Unless it goes full aggressive mode and just targets me only.
Yeah, this
Then
guy,
maybe.
we haven't fully figured this guy out yet, and like how he chooses his attack pattern, but basically he has two phases. One where he's like focusing on attacking you, and the other when he's focusing on attacking the Black Pearl. In my experience, he either spams one pattern or the other. Sometimes like he'll mix it up, but we're hoping that he focuses all of his attention on the Black Pearl and leaves us alone so we can actually do some damage here. So Yita's going to be spamming the torpedoes, which do fire damage, which is increased from the fire cufflink accessory we have since it has fire boost. Trying to stay relatively close to the Vulture so that the torpedoes actually hit him and don't target onto any of the other enemies flying around.
It's still targeting to the other enemies, sadly. It's kind of weird. Wherever you're aiming, it kind of automatically glues to the Vulture, but as soon as you target the like one small Heartless, even if the aiming thing is still within Vulture's range, it will automatically just switch them.
So what the devs meant for you to do there when you stun him is they probably meant for you to do the RC that you could do to get up on his back, and basically there'd be like a little animation and Sora would jump to his head and start hitting his head with his Keyblade while healing during his Fire Breath attack. It's faster for us to not do that and just keep like spamming torpedoes on him while he's stunned. More damage output, plus you don't have to go through the animations about jumping on his back. It is less safe though, but with the Koopa coin and Hero's Origin, we should be fine.
I am targeting the small ones way too much. Alright. Almost there.
He's been really good, like with his pattern. Like has he even attacked you once?
Nope. Oh, now he's attacking me. But I mean,
Oh, I had to talk.
he's on
This
the
is still like a really good Vulture fight. This is what you want to see. So with his attack pattern, he does that bombing move and kind of jets away. Then he turns around and starts shooting you with those little fire torpedoes. And Yida almost died. Well, he almost lost his scuba coin, but he lived. But yeah, like I was saying, he can like choose to be aggressive and pretty much spam that attack pattern the whole fight and alternate between like bombing and then flying away and shooting missiles at you. And the fight is just absolutely terrible when that happens. Like, I'm not exaggerating when you lose like upwards of 2 minutes. Little some underwater section here. We move pretty fast underwater, thankfully. We're gonna grab an adamantite chest from these boxes on the side on the way to the next boss, and actually use the save point before the boss to warp back to the beginning of the island where we just were, and take that adamantite to the Moogle where we can upgrade Ever After 2 more times to get another magic stat here. Then we'll just use the save warp to go back to the boss. Oh, we're also gonna buy more ethers and then the next tier of food from the Moogle, and go through another reroll of the XP incentive, and hopefully not spend upwards of a minute trying to roll it, but we'll see.
Come on!
And we didn't get the magic boost from the workshop, which is pretty sad.
No way.
But
Really?
yeah, marathon luck.
That is
But we
quite
should get it.
unfortunate. Yeah, you can try for it in San Fran.
Okay, and
There's still more of this island to explore.
re-rolling for the XP food again.
Mm-hmm.
Quick.
5. Nice. Very good. Oh no! Oh, Yida just accidentally went to the world map. Thankfully, this is only a slight RTA loss. It's not going to affect his IGT too much because IGT doesn't tick during loads. But small little annoying hiccup. Not a big deal.
Yeah, that one point of magic is a massive difference for the rest of the Caribbean now. It does change, for example, the upcoming Luxord boat fight.
The
I believe
missing
it.
from the magic boost, you mean?
Yeah, it changes some enemies from being 1-shot to 2-shot now with the less magic stat I have, so that's a bit of a problem.
And more, 99% of the time, you get the magic boost from the Moogle there. The way it works is like collecting a certain amount of synthesis materials that you get naturally throughout the run. If you turn him into the Moogle, he'll give you a magic boost, and he almost always gives it to you there. But Yida, fortunately, did not get lucky today, and we'll have to pick it up in San Fran.
Arrow's nice here as well. Arrow.
fight's-
Well, sorry, go
Go
on.
on. No.
I was just gonna say, like every magic, even thunder, becomes a projectile. It's not like the out of water thunder where it's instantly on the enemy, but arrow is still gonna instantly hit the enemy. So if the fish is far away and it only has a few HP left, it's nice to just hit it with arrows.
And an interesting thing about the way that underwater magic works is normally magic, like when you're on land in normal combat, they have different damage multipliers, like they scale differently based on your magic stat. However, all magic underwater does the same damage, no matter what spell you cast. And the regular magic cast and the combos also do the same damage as magic finishers. So there's really no point in doing magic finishers underwater. It's actually slower because you have more end lag at the end of that combo. We also just grabbed Aerial after that fight, a link that we'll be making a lot of use of here in the end game.
Okay, we're off.
But up first, we got a little ship section with some more ship combat, and then a race against Luxord. So, similar to Sora on the ground, how he has those situation command arrows, the ship has a similar mechanic. If you see that gauge above the controls menu, it fills up as he hits the ships, and it fills up substantially when you kill the ship's orbs. When that gauge fills, he will get a situation command for his ship, depending on what kind of orb he kills.
When he kills the green ones here, he's gonna get a what is it called? Like a boost ability. So we're gonna try to kill as many green orbs as we can to make this
just made a
faster.
miss.
Tailwind. Yeah, I think you missed one of the orbs on the side.
And I really don't know why I did.
Not a huge deal. The other thing here is so we have the EXP incentive food, and if you notice, these ships give a lot of EXP when you kill them, like almost 600 per ship. So we're gonna try to kill as many ships as we can here throughout the world to boost up our XP. Killed a blue one, so we got a tidal wave instead of the tidal surge. Not a huge deal. You can actually use that at the end here for a fast ending.
Look alive, Sora. Can't you get any more speed out of her?
Oh, that was bad timing. Yeah, very bad timing.
Oh.
Hear my call.
So when you're at around what is it, about like 350 meters away from the end, you can use tidal wave and it will take you straight to the finish line when you land. Now we got the ship fight. I personally have fun doing these. I don't know how you feel about them, Yida, but I quite like ship combat.
I like it when it's not the one that
When you
ship
get
Red
good
Cove.
patterns. Yeah. When the
That
ships
too.
are nice to you. There's a good chunk of RNG in the ship's patterns they do here. But there's 3 different situation commands we can get on the ship. In the combat, you got the tidal wave, which we just used on the ship. Then wind chasers and raging cannons. Raging cannons being the strongest, and as you can see, it's just absolutely devastating Luxord right now. Follow it up with a wind chaser to do a bit more damage, and then we're gonna have to finish him off with some just basic cannon shots. So it'll take about a couple here, but he's pretty much won the fight.
I should be able to one-shot the first gamblers at least. Yes, okay. So this is where the 1 point of magic that I lost. Yeah, I can't even kill this guy with the shot lock. It's a pretty big difference at this point.
Yeah, normally you would kill that guy with that one shot lock. Just gonna, we got a couple more waves here. Gonna cast some Thundagas on everything since it has like a very large AoE radius. Spawn the last wave of Anchor Raiders. Looks like Yida's gonna be opting for some Thundaga strats. Ooh, nice dodge. Do some shot locks on them and
Do I want to use the last ether? Nah.
no, I think you'll be fine. Nice. Solid fight. Those Anchor Raiders are very dangerous enemies. They don't stagger very well, and a lot of their attacks can one-shot you. But you did a very good job of avoiding them.
Are they actually one-shots? Even on crit?
I think they're... Well, actually, I don't remember. Maybe with food they're not, but I think they're like lunge attack that they do from a distance. If I recall correctly, that was a one-shot. But maybe I'm thinking level 1.
Also, we're now collecting crabs.
Yes.
That's part of the run.
Because
And
we
this
need-
is something... This little section is something that's crit exclusive, but we're actually going to be using a shot lock
Love this part.
on these barrels here.
Shout out to KDM who found this strat here. Typically, like what
Thunder.
what other categories do is they go into that fight, cast a Thundaga, and that consistently procs a Teacups attraction that they use to gather up all the crabs. However, Teacups is not consistent on crit, And also, with all the anchor raiders in that fight is very dangerous on crit. But luckily, KH3 level 1 runner KBM found a strat with that favorite deputy shot lock where you can just use it on the barrels to snatch up all the crabs safely, and it returns you back to where you started. Very cool tech. One of my favorite strats in the
Go,
world.
Sora! Sora was doing some weird things there.
Oh, the ledge grab. At least he didn't fall in the water.
But yeah, there is also a different route. The 500 crab route, which also upgrades your ship to level 3, which lets us deal more damage with our cannons, and also gives us a surge ability that we can spam over and over. And it's basically a tailwind,
Yeah.
but something that we can just have on our... I should be doing a menu. I forgot. Sorcerer's Ring. 5 ethers, why
Oh, I
not?
thought you were about to leave to go to San Fran first.
Kick, Galvanizer, and Reprisal
You have
Boost.
withstand combo now, right? Not quite. So, on the
Yeah.
way to this next ship fight, we're going to try to kill as many ships as we can to gather up some XP, and also to have some situation gauge going into this next fight.
That must be
But,
Shipwreck Cove, the place that
The
Jack
ship
told
spawns
us
you get
about.
as RNG. You could get a lot, you could get none. Or, you know what, I'm not even going to say it. I'll talk about it after,
Look, didn't we sail past that
because I
one
don't want it to
before?
happen. If you know what I'm talking about, Vita.
My marathon luck has been terrible. Why stop now?
We can sure
It's
explore
probably
a lot
gonna
of this
happen.
place.
Is it? Are they spawning? Where are they?
Fire!
Oh my god, is this happening? Oh. Alright, we're
Not
safe.
even break an orb.
So, what we were concerned
There we go.
about is...
There is a chance, a small chance, but it's still there, that instead of that first ship wave that spawns there, a ball ship could spawn. That ship can kill you very easily with one of its attacks. And it pretty much pursues you all the way to Shipwreck Cove. So not only are you in danger of dying, but you also lose out on killing all these ships that spawn for XP, and also the situation gauge, as I mentioned. So it's not a good time if it happens. And to note that if you do die, or your ship gets destroyed on the way to Shipwreck Cove, that is a continue and not a retry.
Defense!
Which would make the run invalid.
Take this!
That's bad. That's bad. Oh wow, I can't even kill it. Okay.
This is another one of those ship fights, and this one definitely has a lot more RNG than the first one we did. The ships, like the patterns they choose to do, the paths they take, it's really unpredictable, and you just gotta hope for the best. Killing their sails does stop them in their tracks, and it also builds up your situation gauge quite a bit.
The goal for this this first phase, before Luxord actually spawns, is we want to build up all 3 situation commands, Tidal Wave, Wind Chasers, and Raging Cannons. And also, we want to build up the gauge just enough so that one more orb shot afterwards would proc another situation gauge. And you'll see why we do that here in a second in phase 2. So Yida just build up right before we get another. He's going to use Tidal Wave to finish this wave off.
That spawns in this next wave, and I'm just gonna let this speak for itself.
Let's do this!
Oh, I can't see. What is oh, okay, there we go. Really? 3 shots?
Interesting. So this
I
is
guess I
why
was
we
really
build
under
up the
damage.
gauge to just proc another one, because if killing a red orb and procking situation command always gives you raging cannons. So we use raging cannons to kill the first side of the ship, proc a second one, kill the other side. It's a very nice strat.
Yeah, and I don't know if this was mentioned already, but the color of the orbs determine what situation we get, and
Yeah.
the red ones are the raging cannons, which is perfect for us to break one of the red orbs manually.
So he did a couple shots of the last bit of his first raging cannons on the red orb on the back to weaken it a bit. And then finish it off with a couple more shots to proc the siren raging cannons. The last ship fight here against the Kraken. This one's more of an auto scroller, but pretty much all the ship sections of this run have RNG. Like the pattern that the Flying Dutchman chooses to spawn here is random, and you can either spawn like super far away from you, or he could body block you and stop you from shooting the Kraken. That spawn right there, right behind you and close to you, and the one where he spawns ahead of you, those are the two ones you typically want to see. They're the easiest and the fastest to kill him. But we want to kill the Flying Dutchman's red orb so we can proc raging cannons and use that to kill these big black tentacles to open the way to just devastate the boss with some raging cannons.
Yeah, pretty annoying sometimes. It is RNG where the bigger tentacles are, so sometimes they leave really nice gaps, sometimes they just completely cover an entire spot. I don't even need to do that. I actually hit wow. But yeah, this should kill it.
Nice.
Nice, good job.
Just enough.
Okay, I believe we're gonna see our boy Ralph here again. David Jones. So we have to damage him a little bit. We wanna. He has some HP gates for a DM. We really, again, wanna avoid these DMs. They take up a lot of time and they're a pain to deal with. So yeah, we deal some damage with shot locks, and then we stun him into a Ralph. And hopefully we just get the kill with this one setup.
Oh no 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 no, that's bad. Oh no. Please.
Oh yeah, built that a little bit high. Oh wow, a block! Still there, dropping
Yida,
on
you
him.
were a freaking god, man.
Whew, good
Nice,
recovery there.
Had Yida not did that recovery, he would have lost over a minute. Because that's a
Yeah.
guaranteed double DM from Davy Jones.
Yeah, with that low HP, David Jones just does DM after DM, 2 DMs.
Similar to Skull. Skull and Davy Jones are very similar in the sense that they have 2 DM HP gates. One at like a little bit higher health and one at lower health. And if you skip the first DM, but you get the he ends up DMing you later on in the fight when he's at low health, he'll still do both DMs back to back. And after the first one, instead of like even being open and vulnerable to damage, he just is immediately iframed and goes straight into the second one. So Yida did a very good job finishing off that fight with a counter kick there.
Counter kick is also there as a backup in case you don't one-shot him with Ralph. But the idea is when he retaliates after you do a single hit on him after the Ralph, all you have to do is just counter kick and then stun him again and prevent him from DMing. And that gives you another chance to do a second Ralph. But obviously he only had 1 HP left, so all I needed there was just the counter kick damage to finish him off.
Yeah, well, you also got some assist from the Ralph block falling.
Yeah.
So yeah, another gummy section. Get to see the crazy speed of this ship that we have. No more gummy skips for now, so very quick travel. San Francisco, we're gonna start on like a bridge. There's a wave of enemies that you gotta kill. Sandaga takes quick care of them. After that, we need to sort of advance on the bridge and deal with a lot of robots here and there. So again, now we got this Sandaga very useful for this section, and then we're gonna see the first use of aerial, the link we also got in Caribbean.
Go from car to car. Back off.
So the thing with aerial is that it shoots a lot of projectiles, like pretty much everywhere. But if the enemy is very big, you're gonna hit a lot of those projectiles on that one enemy, and the damage is just insane. There we go, we're done.
And now, hopefully we pick up the magic boost that we didn't pick up in Caribbean. We have to shop again right now, but I'm also gonna quickly pop into the workshop as well after buying the ethers.
Yeah, I gotta visit the workshop to be able to get those Moogle bonuses.
There we go. Don't have to use it now since the next few fights don't require it.
Yeah, some unfortunate synthesis item drop RNG to get it this late. Usually you get it much earlier, but you know, better late than never.
Yeah, and it's not just the magic boost that's a problem. Sometimes you can lack the materials needed to upgrade ever after,
Yeah, that's right.
which can also... I did not want to go to that one, but that's fine.
Yeah, so this is pretty much purely a movement section. Well, we just get on the trail, and at this point it's like an auto-scroller, we just get through this, but this is only one part of it. After this, we're gonna have to do some tricks to move really fast, utilize some efficient air steps, go from A to B as fast as possible. There's also a bit of a trick we can do here. There's like a trigger there in the air that you need to hit after this vent. So if you sort of avoid it at first and then air step through it, you're able to get down quicker. Because once you hit that trigger, you're no longer able to air step, so you want to air step into it so that you can air step all the way down.
I haven't done that in weeks, so I'm surprised I got a 58.
Oh yeah, that was a good time. Yeah, so you saw there were like those circles there that you can hit for points, but you know, those points don't give you anything at all, so we just want to go fast.
I forgot what I'm meant to do for the top 5.
Stage?
Not for crit, I think.
Really?
It's probably just thunder.
Okay. Yeah, we do have access to Stitch, another link now. I'm not gonna see that too much, if at all.
Endgame. Well, twice I think only.
Okay, it depends a little bit on difficulty and the strategies you want to use, how much Stitch gets used. Very effective in certain scenarios, but very situational.
There we go.
Yeah. Instead, we're opting to use Sandaga. We're strong enough to do so. Very little MP to work with, but we're getting it to work. Very quick fight. Okay, another use of aerial, another big enemy, and you just see aerial shred through the HP. It's insane. A little bit of armor phase here, but that's also just gone instantly. So we want to get the boss to 0 HP. You cannot finish the fight right now. You need to wait for the boss to jump up to the rooftop and begin the second phase. And after that, we just need one hit and the boss is going to die.
I almost died. I grab the high. I mean, I'll grab the high refocuser. I should.
Yeah, it's a quick grab.
So now we're making our way to the actual. No, not the actual final boss, but the second major boss. But not before picking up the magic boost as well. So there are a lot of magic boosts scattered around in this world. But actually, I think there are only 2.
Yeah, there's just the two.
Which we pick up. Yeah, and we pick up both of them.
Yeah,
And like I said
here's-
it before, well, every point of magic is very important, and
yeah, definitely.
I'm gonna die. I don't want to die. Leave me alone.
Yeah, so here's Dark Cubes, but this is a time section. We're unable to attack the boss during this time. We just need to watch it do a couple attacks, and in the meantime, try to collect some money and the Storm Fund for selling.
I miss a lot of money.
Thank you. Wasabi, can you hear me? Improvise. I know.
Yeah, so the hero rescue. So basically, the heroes of Big Hero 6 are trapped by these Dark Cubes. And but we're gonna need some different techniques to save each of them. So we needed that aerial dive attack on that one. And then here you need to use a specific element of magic, like fire on the red balls and thunder on the yellow ones, and so on. Grabbing the magic boost here on the way. It doesn't waste too much time since, yeah, well, we had to wait for that cutscene anyway. Yeah, and there you just spin on those poles, and that one's done. And the final one, you need to get on this big red ball here and cram into the final hero we need to rescue. Get her out of there.
I can die here if they hit me, by the way. So
Oh, yeah.
I'm just gonna have to. I mean, now I'm safe because this is now where I go to the next boss, and not before doing a bit of preparation. So now we have the hero's glove. I just need to double check what else I need. Celestiat. Eating food again. Magic boost, and we finally have Firaga as well.
Okay, so here's the actual Dark Cubes boss fight. So we're just gonna keep it stun locked and kill it in one combo, essentially.
I forgot how many ethers I was meant to use. Maybe I was only meant to use one, I don't know.
Oh yeah. Like all the different categories have slight variances to this strategy.
Don't think I do another menu. Alright, Dark Baymax. I did this strat properly, okay.
Okay, so the final boss of this world works a little bit differently than the others. We're basically riding on Baymax, we're shooting these orbs during this like flight section. So there's an HP gate that we need to hit to move on to the second phase, and yeah, we just want to maximize damage. You need to pay attention to your positioning a little bit here, otherwise your shots may miss sometimes.
Yeah, these shots have very terrible homing. And most of the time being on the top right corner of the screen is the most optimal place to be, but you also want to deflect these blocks as well, which actually deal really massive damage to him, on crit especially.
Yeah, interesting enough, the damage that these cubes deal when you deflect them, they deal more damage on higher difficulties because it scales with the enemy damage, not your own damage.
What?
Alright, and here, I don't know why I stopped shooting for a second. It's literally just standing still and shooting. Well, maybe not standing still, you do want to avoid hits, because there are some moves, I believe, that can one-shot you, if I'm not mistaken. But they're pretty easy to avoid.
Yeah, also interesting thing about those cubes is that you can deflect them back even before they start moving. So we just do that immediately as they spawn, and then we can keep shooting safely.
Yeah, and especially on crit it is well worth it. With
Yeah.
the increased damage too.
Okay, I believe we are done with the Disney worlds and such.
And we're at endgame now.
Yeah, moving on to some serious business, so to say.
So yeah, now that we have Firaga, this is pretty much where the rest of the run becomes fire spam. Or shot luck. Also, there are a lot of cutscenes
Yeah.
between San Fran and Keyblade Graveyard, so...
So we're gonna get a rematch with a Demon Tower. Very fun fight, right?
Oh, okay. Okay! It's not DMing. I thought it was gonna DM for a second.
Yeah, it tends to be quite an inconsistent fight on crit.
Yeah, the problem with crit is you get arrows very slowly, so it's hard to get the situations as quickly as other categories would. But we didn't get DM'd, so that was nice.
Oh yeah, that was good. Okay, so next up, Anti-Aqua. So another boss that we're gonna take down in one combo. She actually has very little HP, so our shot locks and fires are going to just shred through her HP. Just like that.
That was the best possible start. There, Aqua can do 3 different attacks. One of them lets you get full 28 hits with your shot lock. One of them only gives you 26, and the last one can't hit her. But
Yeah. Some good RNG
regardless,
and
yeah, regardless, they're all the same strats, no matter what opening.
yeah, a little bit of time save. Okay, so we got a bunch of cutscenes again we need to skip, but after that, we get to play as Aqua and fight against Vanitas. So it's an interesting fight that kind of similar to how we play as Riku for those Demon Tower fights. Which is, we're just given like a character with like preset abilities, stats, items, and we're just gonna have to work with that. We do have shot lock available, unlike Riku, and more magic than Riku does, so we have a bit more tools to work with.
Oh, my MP is so short. That is not nice. I couldn't even get a full fire combo with that amount of MP. Alright. Once we stack a Vanitas, we can go into a loop. Never mind.
Yeah, there is also the form change that you can get Spellweaver. Can be quite effective.
And interestingly enough, I believe Spellweaver deals less RV, so you can have longer combos with it. Which is even greater too.
Yeah, it does seem like...
No! No! Oh, no, 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 no,
Ooh, a little bit
no.
scary.
There we go. I lost my
Okay.
Spellweaver, how nice.
Okay, that was rough, but luckily we do have second chance and withstand combo on Aqua, so just went down to 1 HP, did not die.
That was a hotness.
Yeah, that took some improvisation, but we got through it.
Also, I equipped the shooting star and the rune ring, which the rune ring has a lot of value in crit, especially with the less MP, especially in the upcoming 10k fight. We can just get one small MP orb and we can get another free Thundaga, which is extremely valuable. And you're gonna see shooting star being used one last time in a pretty neat way. Yeah, for now, lots of cutscenes with lots of loads. And I can't buy a PS5.
Yeah, PS5 does save you a lot of time RTA-wise in Cage 3 speedruns. So before we get into the next fight, we do have another Gami section. And a Gami boss that we cannot skip, unlike the other ones. So the same technique that we used earlier, it still works. Like you can use the U-turn or the camera at the one of the first frames of the fight loading, and that gives you free movement. But the problem is that you're kind of stuck in this weird structure, and you cannot get out until you kill the boss. So for that reason, we just need to kill it. But fortunately, Endymion, the ship we're using, on top of moving fast, does pack quite some firepower, and we can deal with the boss quite nicely.
Oh, just made it.
Yeah, some tricky movement through these tight corridors with how fast the ship is moving. Yes, you see, so you gotta shoot this turret, like on the front side, to deal significant damage to it. From behind doesn't really do much. And then we need to destroy all those glowing objects that came out there. It's a little bit tricky. Like, they still exist there a while after you have depleted the HP of that part. So you need to know when to switch to the next target. You can see the lights going out once they are out of HP, and that's when you gotta switch to the next target. So yeah, that went pretty well, and now we're moving to the Keyblight Graveyard, and we're going to have the 10k fight that Yeda mentioned. So essentially, we just need to kill a lot of enemies, and there's like this bar that we need to deplete. We need to get it to like I don't know, close to like halfway point, and at that point we get the mountain coaster, which will be required to finish the fight.
Oh, no, 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 no. Why did you Rising Spiral? I didn't want to do that. Okay. There we go.
So we're gonna use the arrogance here.
Oh! Oh, no! Kill the
Cooper
toads!
coin.
There we go.
Okay, yeah. The start of the fight is really scary. But once you get it going, we use the arrogance, kind of do this movement thing with it, and it shoots everywhere around Sora. And that just instantly destroys these, like, kind of fake shadows that are coming from all sides. Like, they're not really normal enemies. Like, any hitbox around them just instantly destroys them. And this way we get rid of a lot of shadows. And that really helps us deplete that bar.
What's also nice is that having a crit converter makes getting form. I don't know what I'm trying to say. It makes it forms 100%, so we have no problems with form RNG here.
Yeah, so we do have limited time to use this arrogance. We don't want to go for magic launcher. It does not function the same way. It does not work nearly as well for this fight. So once you run out of arrogance, you just want to use the Mirage Staff to build it right back up, or with some Thandagas. So yeah, with the Mountain Coaster, you just spam attack. You can hit both the attack button and the R2 repeatedly, and that's gonna make the coaster attack a lot faster than if you were to just hold down one of the buttons.
Now we also have the Ever After for really cool movement. As long as you don't hit
Yeah,
walls.
so the outside combat with Mirage Staff, you can just basically air slide even though you're on ground, and yeah, it just goes really fast. Okay, so coming up is another like movement-heavy section in the game. So Sora is kind of dead or something. We're gonna have Sora collect himself back up. You gotta collect these Soras that are walking everywhere.
I am really messing this up.
Yeah, this is the like first phase. Just gotta collect these, and then we're getting into the real meat of this part where you have to collect 111 Soras, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah,
I
that's
gotta
it.
put myself back together. There's no time to waste.
But these are totally consistent where you can pick up these Soras, so Yida is going to follow a very specific route here.
Oh, I messed up.
Whoa, what's going on?
I don't know about a mess up. That seems good.
Almost there.
Okay. I missed one of them. That's sad. There we go.
Okay, and that's it. That was relatively smooth.
The real difficult part is trying to do the shopping menu next.
Hello, I'm back.
Hey,
Welcome back.
How are we doing?
good.
Oh, I'm just in time too. Best part of the freaking run right here.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah. You guys are about to see again get absolutely freaking destroyed. Coming up here. Cool little
Oh,
trick
yeah.
that I stumbled upon by accident, and Detonator helped me optimize into a proper speedrun strat.
Yeah, this is pretty much in all categories that are not level 1. I guess you're soon gonna see why.
But yeah, I'll let Yida talk about what he's shopping here, and then I'll explain what we're talking about.
Well, first things first, I need to make a refocus. A high refocus is nice. This is going to be used in Remine for Dark Inferno X, but I'm not going to go into that yet. And now we need to buy food. Beef. Crab, lobster. And then Koopa coin. 36 ethers. I don't know if that's enough, but we'll see.
For endgame, that's plenty. But yeah, this is so we're gonna grind some EXP here. So we're gonna be exploiting a glitch here that was quite literally accidentally discovered. Basically what we're gonna be doing here is we're gonna be building up 2 situation commands, Thundaza and Arosa. So first Yida's gonna focus on building up Thundaza, because he still does have a chance to get Arosa with the Ever After ability. So if we're lucky, he can. He can get quite lucky, but it's kind of rare. So now we're gonna get Rosa here. Oh, was there a 119? Oh my god. Anyway. Alright, so we got both commands. Now we're gonna go to this next pack.
No, I forgot to equip Celestiad. Oh, no.
Oh, you can
Uh-oh.
redo it. Okay, so we're gonna have to redo the trick. The thing about this trick is it requires a specific amount of magic stat. If you're any above or below the magic threshold, this trick doesn't work. But it's not a big deal. This trick is really quite worth showing off. So
Wait,
I think it's worth the time.
I don't
to-
think. I don't know if it's possible anymore, because the next wave
It is.
will have it. Is it?
You can kill that individual enemy and let the fresh wave spawn, and then do the trick. Like, when you go to the next pack, kill off the remaining packs that are still alive, and then once the fresh wave spawns, then do it.
Oh, there are 4 of them. Do I
You
just
can
want
do
to kill
it.
these
Do
4?
Thundaza or Rosa now. You can do it. You can do it with 4. Put their shot lock here. And there we go. Oh, I love it. It never gets old. So,
Yeah.
what the hell just happened?
So, yeah, so there's like a weird interaction that we don't fully understand. It's something to do with the combination of these 2 lingering hitboxes that you get with Thundaza and Erosa. It has something to do with Erosa sort of instantly pulling them as they spawn, and then Thundaza finishing them off. And then we also use the shot lock aiming because it slows down time, so that allows more enemies to spawn while those hitboxes are active, and that way we get more kills.
Basically, like Den said, we're not entirely sure how it works. We have ideas and theories, and we found that consistent way to get it done. But basically what we believe is happening is you're killing enemies by the frame, and by using that shot lock to slow down the game time, you're basically allowing more enemies to spawn in.
Oh.
Because time is slower, but it's still, the amount of frames that are passing by is still the same, so it basically increases the number of enemies that are spawning.
Yeah. Interesting enough, if you use the slowdown from the config setting, where like if you have menu open from your command menu, like that's a bigger slow motion, but it does not work the same way. So we want to specifically use the shot lock aim because that interacts well with this glitch, giving us more experience.
And that glitch was found one day when I was grinding to level 34 on a practice save, and I got Thundaza and Erosa, and just so happened to use them on a freshly spawned pack in that order. Because you need to do Thundaza before Erosa, otherwise it won't work. And it just happened, and I gained like 8 levels at once on stream. It blew my mind, and we spent like the next 2 hours like testing it and fiddling around with it. But anyway, this section, we gotta kill this Lich like 7 times, because he has our friends' hearts. So we gotta kill them to free them, so that we can turn back time, save them, and some Kingdom Hearts time travel plot. I don't really know. But yeah. Just gotta kill this Lich 7 times.
Yeah, not a big deal. Something worth mentioning is that the Lich has different resistances as we move between the different worlds. So, like, you see Yira using Sandaga. It's actually not as effective in all the worlds. Like, for example, Toybox, it's not as effective to use the Sandaga here.
Yep, Toybox and I believe Sanfran, he has more thunder resistance for whatever reason. I guess the rationale is they just wanted to, like, add some variety between the portals. But it's just those 2 portals that are different. So, it's really interesting.
I mean, the Caribbean Lich also has less neutral resistance, which makes Shotlock deal more damage to it.
I believe the rationale behind that is the Toybox. I know the Toybox and Sanfran Lich spawns spawn a large group of enemies around the Lich. So maybe they figured, like, if the player is going to deal with those enemies with the Naga to take them all out at once, they don't want the player like devastating the Lich at the same time with that same damage.
Maybe.
If that makes sense. That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
But yeah, the Corona Lich, fortunately, went quite smoothly. If the Lich does get away, it's a very large arena, and you're gonna spend some time chasing it. So, good thing, no issues there.
Back off! Go!
Okay, there we go. Overall, good Liches.
But as I said before, we're about to turn back time, go back to Keyblade Graveyard, and go in for round 2.
Yeah, it's gonna look very much the same as it was like, I don't know, 20 minutes ago or whatever. But it's going to go in a bit of a different direction.
Whoops. Whoops again.
Go after
Cannot
him.
menu.
So coming up is the Demon Tide boss. So we saw the boss in Twilight Town. There we only needed to deal a little bit of damage, like maybe 3 bars of damage. Now we need to just, kill it completely. But what's different is that now we have Aerial, and you know how Aerial is against big enemies. Very strong.
By the way, the Team Velocity Twitch channel just reached the path for affiliate.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
So we can get that set up and we can get quality options tomorrow. Hey.
Emotes.
Okay, so that was Demon Tide.
What is this?
Except that here's like the phase 2, the phase 3, kind of, but it's like a mini game. You just need to hit triangle many times. So there's kind of rhythm to it. If you mash too fast, you end up dropping inputs. You of course don't want to go too slow either. So, well, that's all there really is to it. Let's just watch it go down.
This is probably a good time to read out some donations here. Let's see. We got $20 from Notorious Nate, who just puts a less than 3 heart symbol. Thank you, Nate. We love you too, man. And
Now's our chance.
$11.19 from Random Dips, who says, can't unfortunately stay long, but I gotta summon the big one for a good cause. Good luck on the run and have fun, Gita and Den. What about Thar?
Thank you, Dips.
What?
Maybe you weren't around at that time.
Oh, maybe, yeah, I wasn't. Okay. We have a little inside joke with the number 119 that we don't have to go into because I care about that number enough as is, but
Yeah.
that's why Dips donated that amount.
If you keep watching the marathon, you might end up finding the, what's behind that.
Yeah, we'll delve deeper
What's
into the
behind?
mystery of the 119. Stay tuned.
Okay, so you do need to dodge some projectiles during this phase. Not too bad. Basically, you just move from side to side, and that's pretty much all you need to do.
Almost finished. Now.
I forgot how long this section was.
So, coming up next is a lot of fire. In other words, the Keyblade Graveyard Labyrinth. In other words, the org fights. Organization 13, that is. So it's kind of like a boss rush here. And yeah, we're pretty strong. We're just kind of going to crush through these fights.
Yeah, I better get. Yeah. Oh, I guess I need to get through the door before it closes. Yeah.
So generally, there are two bosses at once, and you need to take them out one at a time. It's a little like first phase of the fight where Ansem is there, but once you deal some damage, Ansem is going to go away. And then we just need to deal with Sigbar and Dark Riku here.
Oh yeah, having 2 Egg Umbo Plus is actually a little bit weird, I just realized now. Oh no! 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 No!
Oh no!
I thought the Fire Raza would kill.
Yeah, that was a little rough. Dark Creek is surviving with his sliver of HP. Now just Sigbar left and no problem. Okay, fortunately I had the Koopa coin to save us there. Then just moving on to the next fight, which is Marluxia, Larxene, and Luxord. But Luxord is gonna be a little different, a little bit gimmicky. But there's a cool way that we can sort of make that go really fast. But first, for this section, we just want to deal a bunch of damage. We can't kill anyone yet, but we can damage them.
Alright, please spawn in there.
Yeah, using Ralph and trying to bait Larxene into teleporting into the blocks. Okay, we find Luxord from the guards and do a very specific combo here and finish it with a Sandaga. Basically,
Why
a
does
one-cycle.
he have so much HP? Oh no.
Oh, that is unfortunate. At this point, you would want them to have like under 2 bars HP
Actually,
both.
having Ralph here and baiting Marluxia to spawn into that
Sure.
is a very quick way to do this.
Yeah, I gotta adapt a little bit to the more HP that we have to go through now.
It's time. Got him. No way.
Okay, and we finish off the fight with a partial shot lock, just instantly killing Larxene before she gets to do a little DM.
Yeah, and I am trying my best to save as many ethers as possible. In general, it is still better to fire spam most of the time, but I have to do Keyblade Graveyard twice, or the Orc fights rather, twice.
Yeah, so as
from
part of the
here.
DLC, we're gonna see all of this twice, essentially.
So yeah, I'm basically trying to make sure I have enough ethers for both this and the DLC version of the Orc fights.
Okay, coming up, this is Ternord and Vanitas, I believe. So, in practice, not too different. We use a lot of fire.
Oh no, he's going on the ground. That's not nice. Oh, okay. I don't have a Koopa coin. Aqua, please heal me. Thank you.
Oh yeah, this is scary.
Oh no, I lost my
Yeah.
MP. I just shot locked them.
Yeah, so we do
It
see
doesn't
here that
matter.
oh. Okay, so we do see here that our party members are not the usual Donald and Goofy. We do have Aqua and Ventus here instead. Aqua fortunately can heal us if we ever need it.
Alright, it's not much, but I'm just gonna grab this Mega Ether for 300 money. It's not much, but I did waste a lot in...
Yeah. For this category, you definitely want to, you know, play it a lot more safe with your money. Better safe than sorry.
Oh, no, don't do that.
Now, if Yida is doing the strat, I believe he's doing, which I'm pretty sure he is, then Syax is just a form change battery. You're going to be building a counter shield, yeah?
That is not Syax, I targeted Shion!
Okay.
Okay.
But yeah, we use the first phase of Syax to like build up counter shield because we're gonna use that in the next fight coming up here. Fortunately, the most effective way to build up a form change and also the most effective way to deal damage is by casting fire, which is very convenient for us. So you don't really lose any time going out of your way to build up counter shield here.
Sadly, I did forget to use a tent before I entered this fight, so I am at a disadvantage. I'll use one.
This phase is pretty much free. Even if you run out of ethers, Roxas will literally win the fight for you. That's more of a storied fight.
Roxas is very strong.
Yeah, that's more of like a storied fight moment in the game, what they were going for. Because I'm not like exaggerating when I say you can literally just AFK that fight, glide around and avoid Syax's attacks, and Roxas will win for you. He'll just take him down to 1 HP and you can just hit him. He's insanely
Okay,
strong.
28 ethers. Before 3x.
Oh, did you not get a Koopa coin?
Who needs a Koopa coin?
Oh, bold move.
Let's get it.
Yeah, so coming up is the fight against essentially 3 different forms of Xehanort. In short, 3x. Okay, so start off, we need to deal a lot of damage to hit this trigger, like a bit of a DM, I guess.
Yeah, just execute the Naga casts. And now Yida is going to be hitting these enemies with some thunder casts here. Not sure if he casts any fire, but we're going to use this counter shield we built up on Syax. No! Build up some charges of Oh,
I fat fingered.
Wow, no.
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Well,
Okay, we're gonna have to do some little improv here.
Yeah.
the end of your journey?
So that
Unfortunately,
was
we were trying
the...
to get 2 charges and kill young Xehanort pretty quickly.
Oh. Yeah, that did not go as planned.
That's okay. This you
I
can
wanna
still
continue
deal with
so
this fight
bad.
pretty easily, I think, with the tools we have. Dealing with shot locks and even like Simba's a good option to use in the first phase when all 3 are alive, because you can like essentially keep young Xehanort stun locked by just keep jumping on him.
Yeah, so using a retry, we do lose the counter shield, but there are other options to go about this fight.
So not ideal, but in-game's hard.
Let's go.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do... Let's just get Crystal Snow.
Oh, nice. I didn't even realize you put Crystal Snow on.
And I can't use Counter Shield anymore, but what I can still at least do is AoE Fire Spam, which
Yeah,
is a lot
so
better than nothing.
this is our first exposure to AoE magic, which we're gonna make a lot of use of in the DLC portion of this run. But if you've heard us talk about revenge value, which is essentially all of Sora's attacks have they have a number associated with them, and as you hit bosses with your abilities, those numbers fill up this hidden bar that every boss has that we call revenge value. And once that bar is full, that causes the bosses to break out of your combo and either retaliate or teleport away. It's essentially a mechanism put in place so that players can't stun bosses indefinitely with combos. However, with the AoE magic we get from form changes such as Crystal Snow, AoE magic, for whatever reason, adds very, very little rhythm. To the point that you can almost indefinitely keep them sunlocked in fire rocket combos.
Okay, Ansem
I don't
was
want to
giving a little
kill
bit of trouble there.
Ansem first. I want to kill Xemnas first, because Ansem you can kill during the opening sequence in the next phase.
Yeah.
This is really difficult.
You got this, man. You're doing good.
Was the AoE fire worth it at the end? I don't know.
Oh, nice finish there.
I need at least a
There we go, good
20,
work.
I believe, to kill him.
Where's his health at? You should have enough for a 28.
There we go.
There we go, good job.
Good job. Yeah, unfortunately we weren't able to do the strat properly. But Yida did a very good job improvising and doing the backup.
Yeah, extremely scary fight on critical mode.
But here we are. We're at final fights for the 80% portion. We got there's 3 different encounters involved in final fights here. The first one is actually quite hilarious. I'll just let it speak for itself.
Okay. That is not what I wanted. Whatever works.
There we go. So
yeah, not supposed to get hit there, but yeah, you probably see what that was about. Just Eroga just gets all of those separate units, and they all share the same health bar, and it just gets destroyed.
absolutely devastates them. Second fight here, Armored Xehanort. This is a 3-phase encounter.
Do I?
Oh, that's not a big deal.
I can't even see it. Oh, I do have a withstand combo on.
So yeah, 3-phase encounter. Each phase has a different desperation move that we're gonna try to go for a skip on them. Somewhat consistent on crit. Phase 2, not so much. Phase 1's kind of tricky, but we'll see if we can get it. This, in my opinion, is the best opening he can give you to get the DM skip in my experience. So we're just going to hit some fires with him, and eventually he's going to do a 28 shot lock, and this should push him to his second phase without him able to DM. Very nice.
Yeah, that was good.
And now more water combat.
Yeah, we're a little bit limited underwater what we can do, but we do have some magic. We're just gonna use magic.
And if you remember Yida talking about back in the Caribbean how sea arrow underwater doesn't have a travel time and it just hits them instantly, we're gonna make use of that on Xehanort. Wasn't able to
I
get the DM
understand.
skip unfortunately, but this phase is pretty tricky to get consistently on crit.
Yeah, not a big deal. Not the longest DM in the game, by any means.
And one more, and we are in the last phase here.
So here we immediately catch him with the Sandaga, and then by air stepping and using Rising Spiral, we can shot lock right next to him. So the AoE of the shot lock also hits the boss.
Yep.
And that really secures the kill here.
Very nice. So normally, right at the opening of that phase, he goes into attack pattern on you, and right after he does that attack pattern, he goes into the DM. And there's no way to stagger him out of that attack pattern other than catching him at the beginning of the fight with the Nagas like we do there. Now we're gonna just try to push Xehanort to his second phase here. This is the final fight of the 100% portion. Using some fire casts and some shot locks here.
Confused how the fire finisher didn't hit him.
He probably was in the middle of one of his teleporting things. Alright. We're in the second phase, gonna try to pop an ether real quick. And air step to him, go immediately into Stitch. And it looks like this should be an easy DM skip. Very nice.
Alright. We finished the game, but it's not over yet. There's a lot more.
You know, it's really satisfying or really reassuring knowing that in this run, at least with this category, the final fight strat is very easy and very consistent to do. You don't have to worry about losing a run necessarily on the final boss. It's always a good feeling knowing that. Doesn't show for the most cinematic ending, but we just want to go fast.
You compare Ansem, you compare Ansem and Final Xemnas to this, and this is just a joke of a final boss. Well, arguably Armored Xehanort is pretty tough in his own way, but nothing compared to Gauge 1 or Gauge 2's endgame.
So normally if this was any percent, timing would end right now with the beam hitting Xehanort, but since we're doing the DLC, we're going to keep it rolling. We got a couple cutscenes to skip here, and then it's going to take us to a final statistics menu where it's going to show us various stats we had throughout the run, and also our in-game time, which is what we would use to as the official timing for the leaderboard should this or if this were an any percent run. But that's also going to let us save this file to a save file so that we can use it to access the DLC.
We also got Oblivion, which is a very important Keyblade later on. We have about 5 seconds to see the in-game time and then we're out of here. Forgot how you save though, I think it's X.
Don't press the wrong button. I believe.
Not bad.
Yeah, if you were to press just end game, you'd miss your opportunity to save, and then you'd have to do all the final fights again. So careful to press the right button there.
So now we're not gonna go to Remind just yet. We're actually gonna do one secret portal to grab an extra Celestiad.
Yeah, again, Celestiad very useful because it has Fire boost, a thunder boost, and is it blizzard boost? Yeah.
Yeah.
So those are
And
really going to boost
conveniently,
our damage.
It's right there. Badlands.
Yeah, through there.
Same mode that we reload the game in, so convenient.
Yeah, come on, fellas. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so
And this
this
fight-
particular battle portal here, well, we can fortunately clear it quite fast with aerial, and it does reward us with the extra Celestia that you can't really get anywhere else, so it's very much worth it.
It's pretty straightforward. I mistimed my jump. Oh no. Okay, I have to do it again. At a certain point it stops running. That was not the point. And then I can start using aerial. I wasted 4 ethers there. Wow. But yeah, this is identical to the San Fran. Minus the armor phase, I guess.
There we go.
I think I'm low in ethers now. Which is quite worrying.
Come on, fellas.
Actually I'll just unequip. I do need the gold amulet on Sora in the DLC. Rather than on Donald now. So we just grab that off him, save the game, and now we start the DLC officially.
Yeah, not gonna have the usual party for the DLC.
Alright, and we immediately start off with a menu, so... I forgot to go to the shop to grab Oblivion. There should be another shop. Somewhere. Oh, and I also forgot to buy food. That's bad. Uh... No, not falling slash. Last charge. I can't equip it because I have air combo plus, but we need slots charge anyway. Food, I can't. That's it then.
So, from completing the base game, Yida actually unlocked quite a few new abilities that were added in the Remind patch, including a few combo modifiers that are pretty decent. They definitely speed up your combos a bit. I wouldn't say any of the Remind abilities that you gain are game breaking or switch things up like too crazy. They're more so just I guess the way to say it is they feel better to use than base Sora's combos, if that makes any sense. They're less laggy, a lot more flashy and cool looking, and come out a lot quicker.
Oh yeah, this would be a lot quicker if I had food. But it's whatever.
Yeah, you'll manage.
That's it.
I forgot this. Aqua was okay. I forgot.
Oh, I forgot about this too. Why do you fight Aqua? What? I don't even remember like anything about the story of this scenario. I think I played through it once on my first playthrough and never went back to it.
I mean, it's like, you know, like in the trailer, there's the like, so this is the fear and despair that Aqua felt, or something. So like, Sora is going.
He's like diving into his friends' hearts or something,
Yeah.
and he's. I don't know. Maybe somebody in chat can help us out. We're just
Yeah, it's
speedrunners.
like-
We don't know lore.
It's like Aqua having been in the realm of darkness for so long.
Right.
Like she's afraid of that. Like I don't know, like that dark form or something.
Something like that. But anyways, here's some more Ralph. We all love Ralph.
Yeah, bit of a rematch with Terranord here.
Oh, come on.
How was that last one
I-
not connected? Oh, really? That's so unlucky.
No, I won't surrender. I'm a little bit. I don't know what I should do. Maybe I should
I
just.
think a shot lock can kill, I think.
I
Or a
I
couple
wasted
magic
2
shots.
meters.
Oh, Marshall.
That's kind of stupid. Oh well, the plan was to just one-shot him with Ralph. But yeah, actually, not having food did make a huge difference in my damage too, which was also a problem. I guess now it's time to sell. Oh,
Well, Yida's in the shop. I'm going to read out a couple more donations we got here. $5 from Sabanes. Good luck to all the runners. Been enjoying my time here so far. Never watched the KH run. Let's get that affiliate in for tomorrow, which, by the way, we did reach affiliate, and I completed the onboarding process, so we are officially affiliated now. Can't wait to do my run tomorrow either. Thank you for setting this all up, Team Velocity. And also $100 from Anonymous, without a comment, but we appreciate that. That's very generous. Thank you guys so much. And like I said, we made affiliate, so we can try for quality options before the next run. Hopefully make this more accessible to viewers.
so I'm a little bit boned because I can't get food, and I don't know what to do.
Could you not afford food?
I don't have enough money.
Did you check the synthesis to see if you can craft any accessories to sell?
Yeah, and I can't craft anything.
Oh, you did check that too?
So I guess the plan is to. I mean, the plan was to Ralph, but Ralph's damage is really bad when I don't have food. It is almost half damage than what I normally would get. But
Yuda's gonna have to do some thinking on the fly here. It's not the first time he's had to do it this run. So we'll see what he can come up with.
oh, get in there, Riku. Just oh my. You know what? Fine. I'll do Zigbar first. My ether count is very low too, which is also another huge problem.
Let's make it interesting.
So, this is your power.
I'm unstoppable!
Oh no! I don't have enough cooldown. Ugh. Fine now, Ralph. Ariel would be very nice here, but
Yeah, Ariel is very effective against his DM.
thank you, Riku. The good Riku.
As you can see, if you haven't noticed already, the Keyblade Graveyard party members do pretty large damage. That is when they're alive. They are paper tanks. They die pretty easily on critical mode because they didn't balance their defense options that well, but pretty helpful when they're alive.
Oh, that is bad. That is bad. That is bad. I don't know what to do. Riku, help me. Riku?
Please, win the fight.
I don't want to. I'll just use anything.
But why?
Yeah, food is such a huge deal. I don't even know if I can do 3x now.
Let's see here.
Use that strength and defense boost, I'd say, just to give you like an extra edge.
What's the matter?
Bad blocks, but fine.
Are you gonna have to do Luxor differently now?
Hmm.
Knock him out! Crush him!
See ya.
One of them has a lot of health. I think it's Luxine.
I think it's better for
The
Larxene to be
save.
higher health.
No, I don't have to do Luxor differently, but that was not even the finisher. Wow.
Nice.
The
What's the
Wasn't sure if
difficult
that was gonna
part.
work or not.
It's probably better to do Marluxia and prevent them from DMing.
Yeah.
Because you can still at least damage Larxene while she's doing her DM next phase.
It's time for you to go.
You know what? Oh, Ralph.
What's the matter? See ya. What's the matter? Bye-bye.
Yida has quite a bit of experience of Ralphing Keyblade graveyards because he originally was a level 1 runner, and he currently holds world record for that category. And level 1,
With their damage options, they're forced to do Ralph strats and Keyblade Graveyard. And I know.
No!
Oh. Oh no! No! Oh, that's unfortunate. Let's just steal debris, hit her, maybe? Oh. Well, anyway, Yida's developed quite a few tricks of getting like effective Ralph builds against these guys. Unfortunately, mistakes like that can happen. It's unfortunate, but I think Yida's
She's
still
out
in a
of
good spot
bounds?
here.
No way.
He came back just in time. Nice.
The real difficult thing is literally just no food.
Not only is he missing a magic stat from no food, he's also missing a good chunk of MP. So you checked the synthesis and you weren't able to craft anything?
Yeah.
So unfortunate.
Need to wait till I reach Scala. This is straightforward, it's just 2 shot locks on Vanitas. But of course Vanitas had to go underground at the very start. Not Terranaut. Terranaut, please separate from him. I cannot target Vanitas by himself! Oh. No.
Oh, unlucky.
There we go. Oh, he went underground. Well, this is where stuff gets really difficult now. I could die very easily here. I think I am gonna die.
Once again, you couldn't save him.
This is like one of the things about Crit Keyblade Graveyard. It's like I was saying, your party members die so easily. And the way these fights are designed is that when your party members are alive, at least one of the organization members will always prioritize them, and only one should be attacking you at once. But if they're dead, like what was happened there, then both of the organization members are going to focus on you, and it can become quite the crap show to deal with.
Still alive.
Give it up. Over here.
Oh, that was cool. Staggered him out of his RV.
Just barely. Yeah, it's stupid that he went underground
I will end
in
this
both
here and
attempts.
now.
I'm here too.
You will release my son's heart.
Nope.
Alright.
Give it up.
So now we got Sora back. A little bit easier, have an extra party member. And we can get back to our tools with Ralph.
Get in there.
Knock him out. Crush him. Gimme. What? Ow.
Oh, almost.
I don't know how much health Vanitas has.
Let's go.
Oh no, that's way too much.
I thought I saw way less. That's unfortunate.
I just have to fire spam. It's fine.
Nice.
Or I guess thunder.
Back off. Back off.
No, not even thunder. I should have fire spam. Oh no.
Oh,
I don't want to use
This
another
is,
ether.
this is really
Oh,
sketchy.
no.
This
This is a
DM
recipe
is
for disaster.
pretty tricky to dodge. Nice. Ooh.
I need to see how many more ethers I have left.
What?
But I
So you
need
just have
enough for
Psyx and then
3x.
3x.
I can't do anything for science without food, so...
Well, luckily you have Roxas.
Oh, I don't have enough. I can build up counter shield and put on 2 Celestiads and just do that then.
Moon shines down.
I should probably save the ethers.
I call on the moon's pale light.
This fight is actually hard. But the trick is to target Xemnas, weirdly enough, instead of Science. Oh, no, no, no. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead.
Unfortunately for this section, Frox is not immortal like he is when you're not controlling him.
Especially when Sykes is constantly on me as well. It's pretty hard. Oh no. This is so unfair.
Oh. I love that Roxas gap closing attack he has, where you just teleport to them from any distance. It's the coolest attack in the Kingdom Hearts series.
Yeah, this is quite the unique gameplay section in the series.
Yeah, the Remind story scenario, in terms of gameplay, like, you know, a lot of people would say it's a little subpar, but this fight in particular was a tremendous amount of fun for me. Definitely one of my
Yeah,
favorites
definitely
in
a
the
fun
series.
section.
Is Roxas affected by food? I believe so. When you
Yes,
play as
they-
Aqua and Riku in the 80% portion, they are affected by food. And I think you just confirmed that, so yeah.
Well, I don't know if I don't know if the MP and HP changes.
It does. At least for
Yeah.
Riku and
I don't
Aqua
remember.
in 80%. So I'd imagine it'd do the same for Roxas. Very nice. Got through the first phase there.
It's my turn.
Yeah, what I haven't verified is that if their strength and magic stats change, but
I
considering
would
their...
imagine if their MP and HP do, the strength and magic do, but
Yeah,
yeah, I haven't tested it myself.
I gotta be very careful here. I'm also glad I actually put base fire in my second shortcuts so I can grind for counter shield without using too many ethers.
I guess I can go ahead and take the time to kind of explain how Sayek's Berserk mechanics work, just because we're going to see this fight again in Limit Cut, and we're kind of going to be using the Berserk mechanic to our advantage. But basically, you see that bar is filling back up to yellow. He basically has 2 levels of Berserk. He's entering his first one right now. And you got that blue bar that's progressing up over time. As you damage Sayax, that also causes the bar to regress. And once it hits the second level, he enters his second Berserk phase here. The bar will slowly deplete over time, but doing damage to him also depletes it. So it's the exact opposite of before. And once it depletes fully down to 0, he's stunned for like 10 seconds and open for you to just wail on him.
Air step, what are you doing?
Very nice.
yeah, okay, good.
Okay. So now I'm at the part where I'm worried about not having food. I might be able to at least not get the full course meal, but I can at least eat some MP food.
Yeah, you have that one
Which
dish.
would
How much
help a lot.
money do you have right now?
Not a lot.
You can buy at least one. Oh, well, you're trying to get food.
Krebs is 2 magic, so that's... Yeah, that's fine. Enough. Just Krebs by itself.
Yeah. And I think you also have a soul, a fish dish that you can eat for more MP. Or not, that's fine. I don't know if you're saving that for later in the run.
I was trying to save that. Also, I need a go for this setup. Should be a bit better. At least if I'm gonna use counter shield a lot.
Yeah, so what Yida is thinking of here is having that double Thunder boost to increase the damage of counter shield counters, which is Thunder damage.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, it doesn't work on Xemnas, immune to Thunder damage, but the others will be affected by it and can deal quite a lot of damage.
I don't want to hit them in this phase because I want to go back to 0 arrows completely. And
Huh. Really?
well, in this situation I kind of have to. It's not going down to 0, what is going on? Oh, that's bad. Oh well. I was hoping to get a the Crystal Snow form for AoE fights.
I see. So this was a strat we were trying to go for in the ending percent that didn't quite work out. Nice. Getting that aerial recovery and a critical counter is usually consistent.
And that is a lot of damage, partly thanks to the 2 Celestiat that we do have equipped for this.
Very nice. So I'm glad we were able to show off that that strat with counter shield and young Xehanort, since it didn't quite work out in the 80% portion.
Oh, also new Master Xehanort voice actor for the DLC,
Yeah.
which is pretty weird.
Well, unfortunately, the voice actor for Xehanort from base game passed away between the release of KH3 and the DLC, so they had to bring in. It's actually, I'm blanking on his name. He plays the professor from Back to the Future.
Isn't it Lloyd something?
Yeah, Christopher Lloyd. Christopher Lloyd. Who, in my opinion, he, out of the 3 voice actors who voice Master Xehanort in the series, I think he's done the best job.
Oh yeah, I definitely like his voice acting.
Maybe I should go for Crystal Snow. Definitely go for Crystal Snow. Why did I target Ansem? I will
Because
never
of
know.
the target. It doesn't make sense on this fight after they broke it in the patch. Very nice. Very nice.
No. No, 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 no. I hate this. I hate this.
Oh,
Why am I doing this?
Oh,
Oh,
Why am
so
I-
unlucky. Because Riku and Mickey were both dead, which happens because Ansem's like little attack where he sucks you in and then does the explosion. That always one-shots them. And then you have both Ansem and Xemnas focusing you at the same time, and it's almost impossible. Like this
Let
this
be a
fight would
lesson, like,
this fight would be probably the best in the series had they balanced Riku and Mickey's defense better. Because it's, other than like the balancing issues, this fight is just such a well-designed fight.
yeah. These problems I'm having is no joke, literally, because I don't have food. It is insane how much of a difference it makes.
I'd say you're doing like pretty good job though, working with the tools you have right now. Consistent opening there when Xemnas teleports away and does that those orb attacks, just by simply air stepping to him.
I have to kill.
You could use the partial shot lock ball. And here we have it, that AoE Firaga. Gonna try to get some damage on
No!
this. Oh, couldn't get the stagger.
No, that's bad. That's bad. I don't have enough MP to do this properly. There we go.
You almost
No,
just
I
got destroyed
don't
by
have
the
enough
sword.
MP to do this properly. Oh.
Can you kill him? Can you kill him?
Nice.
Oh, nice. Okay. The fight should be pretty easy at this point. Ansem is by far the easiest of the 3 Xehanorts to deal with on his own in the last phase. Can't speak for young Xehanort. I don't think I've ever like fought him solo, but Ansem seems easier to deal with.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. How much? Oh, I don't have enough Blizzard Claws left.
You got Everett. You could probably get a 28 shot lock and like some Fire Rocket cast. That might be enough to kill him.
Oh, what? I press circle. Ugh, enough.
Oh, how did that not stagger?
The darkness.
And oh my god, Yida. Whew.
Alright, I can finally be rich again.
We made it.
So yeah, turns out, I mean, I had enough ethers. I just didn't have the food.
That was a
But yeah.
that was a very good job of getting through Keyblade Graveyard with the limited resources of not having food.
It says in my notes in the Olympus revisit to save 800 money, and I completely forgot to do that.
Let's see.
But this is also going to be tricky. I have to kill this special shadow,
Different from the others.
and I don't have enough MP to really... Oh, I don't have any more ethers either. No! Okay. This is where things really get tricky. This is bad. This is really bad.
Yeah, no bodies are some of the scariest enemies in the game, especially that sorcerer over there. I don't know you can fight this.
Okay, Thundaza saved me.
Nice. Let's go. A couple unskippable cutscenes here. I think right now
What's this?
in the story, Sora is
I can feel Kyrie's
recovering fragments of Kyrie's heart that Xehanort shattered in
heart. Kyrie!
the end of the percent portion. So we're just gonna explore Scala here and do a couple fights and mini games to recover these fragments. And go for
Yeah,
it.
so we're gonna grind a lot of money, and it's gonna take quite a while. I'd say about 4 or 5 minutes, something like that. The first thing we're gonna do is sell the megaliths that we just grabbed. So that's the big money after Keyblade Graveyard, and buy every single plus food we can. And we're gonna be grinding for a specific bonus called Rags to Riches. I didn't even need to buy that extra, so that's fine. Also equipping Kingdom Key. Second form's gonna be really useful here. Gold Amulet. Sorcerers? I had it. Okay. Saved. Saved. Okay, so that could have been a lot worse if I didn't
Every
grab
crit
it.
runner has at least once accidentally gone over the food buff or food bonus they were going for. It's happened to me with EXP incentive fishing quite a few times. But Scala
Okay, so
is a gold mine, especially with Rags to Riches.
So yeah, Rags to Riches just turns every normal orb, HP orb, MP orb, whatever, into money. And with Gold Amulet, that changes all those small monies into the biggest money you can get. And yeah, as you can imagine, Skull has a lot of things we can destroy. And we do want to hug the save point as much as possible. We don't want to use our ethers. So it's best to transition between the rooms. Not only does it save IGT a lot, but helps us with our MP management. And second form is really nice with its Master Treasure Magnet ability. So you can grab any item, no matter how far away it is. And that's perfect for grabbing all the money. So we're just going to be grinding. I'd say for marathon safety, I'll go just under 30k. That's enough for everything. Maybe this is a good time to read some donations. Maybe Discord's dead.
Let's see here. No new donations since the last time we read them out, but keep those donations coming. I guess now would be a good time to talk a little bit about the Movember Foundation, who we are raising money for. All proceeds will go directly to Movember, which benefits research towards men's mental health and suicide prevention, prostate cancer, and testicular cancer. Since 2003, Movember has funded more than 1,250 men's health projects around the world, challenging the status quo, shaking up men's health research, and transforming the way health services reach and support men. In particular, prostate cancer is one of the most commonly diagnosed cancer in men in the United States. Globally, we got 1.3 million men diagnosed with prostate cancer each year. And across the country, there are more than 3 million men living with and beyond the disease. Many are dealing with the serious side effects from treatment. It doesn't have to be like this, so we're taking action. Movember spent years immersed in prostate cancer research, and in that, they've pushed progress forward 50 years. How? By thinking differently, collaborating globally, and investing quickly in what works. We really appreciate all the support we've received so far with this event, and let's keep those donations coming and stop men from dying too young.
I think I need to do 4 more transitions. Sorry, not 4, 2 more transitions between rooms.
Yeah, so as you saw before, we were having quite a bit of trouble not having enough money. So now we're really gonna prepare for the rest of the content that we have to go, so that we don't run into issues like that again.
Never again.
I need to find Kyrie. Back off.
It is pretty devastating to choke menus in this game. There's not a lot of recovery you can do with missing food, even. I believe just this room, and then I'm good. Actually, no, I need to do 1 more room transition. Well, after this next transition, then. Think. And then I think I'll have enough.
Yeah, if you're not too familiar with Cage 3 or the Remind DLC, so what's coming up is basically a lot of bosses. So we have this Remind scenario
I need to
that
find
is going to include some fights, but then we get into the limit cut section, which is basically just a bunch of like really hard bosses, and yeah, stay tuned for that. It's going to be quite exciting, and that is like the main reason we really need to be prepared here.
What is this thing?
How much money? I can't even check here. Can I? Yeah, I can. That should be enough money. Just barely enough. Don't want to go for too long here. And of course there are more things to break along the way. So we should reach just under 30k pretty soon.
Yeah, so we're gonna finish up some tasks around Scala here to collect the pieces of Kari's heart.
So that's how.
So that was one of them, and then next up, the fountain. Gotta have just sort of activate this. You can use arrow to instantly like trigger all of these, and that's that. You can also use like just physical attacks, but that's way less effective.
Oh, I missed a big money spot.
Alright, so we go down here. There's like a bit of cage, or whatever you would call it, where there's another piece. So we need to use the diving attack on it.
We also want to collect this chest here. This is the one. This is one of the meals that we want for limit cut for a lot of MP.
Yeah, so that's basically the best dessert that you can have in the game, just available for grabs there. So very, very useful for us.
And of course, in the spirit of saving as much ethers, I'm just gonna tent. I don't know what Sora's doing there.
Yeah.
Force ring, gold amulets, Celestian.
Also, if you remember how this run started, we had a fight with Darkseid. Well, he's bad, but now we have Ariel, and he's a big enemy. So, you know what happened?
And he's also red this time.
Yeah, but clearly a different Darkseid.
Alright, finally starting the better part of the DLC. Well, we're about to. We just have to go through one quick Xehanort fight. Don't want to use ethers. No! I'll take it.
Oh, you're a brave man going for the spawn point on crit.
Yeah, there is another spawn where you can go where like these same enemies spawn in many different places. So we want to take a spawn where a lot of them appear, so we can deal more damage.
And that spawn that Yida's been using is actually all of the bosses in the fight will spawn at that point. So that's the optimal one that a lot of other categories use, especially beginner. They can kill them pretty fast without any issues usually. Crit's damage isn't as powerful, and there's a chance you can get hit by some of the enemies from off screen, as to what happened to Yida. But he was able to deal with it.
Yeah, so this is a bit of a like, well, let's say very gimmicky fight. So there isn't too much control over it. You just need to execute certain actions at certain times. Sometimes you need to avoid some attacks. A lot of the time you just keep attacking and use those situation commands as they appear.
This is one of those strats in a speedrun that isn't a speedrun strat. It's just playing the fight properly. It's playing it casually with good execution. To my knowledge, there's not really any tech we can do to speed this up other than just executing all the actions properly.
Yeah.
Quite unfortunate, but
There's a little bit of you can do, like, the faster you can build up the command, the faster you progress.
Protect everybody. Yes. Let's work together. Be careful.
it does make for a good little cinematic showcase.
Yeah. Very cool looking fight.
Not bad for an on-the-fly
Also,
team.
because of this fight, you cannot say that Triflega doesn't exist in Cage 3.
In a very weird form, but it does exist.
Man, that's not Reflega, that's a reprisal. That's a barrier reprisal. Like, people always call that Reflega, and I don't get it. It's a reprisal.
I mean, the game calls Triflega, that's the only
Does it? I'm
reason.
an idiot. Ignore me. I don't pay attention to things like this.
Getting pretty unlucky here with the amount of times I'm getting hit.
Yeah, I believe they are pretty much random the way they attack. You do want to block when the attacks come in, but you don't want to waste too much time trying to be safe.
Roxas, was it? You're pretty good. Yeah, well, you're not too bad yourself.
Also, the interactions between the characters here are really cool.
Yeah.
This is fan fiction. Everybody's Cage 3 fanfic dream.
You alright?
We're fine.
I mean, isn't it more like fan service than fan fiction?
Mostly. And stay on your guard.
Could be both. I'm pretty sure there are people who wrote stories about everyone fighting
Oh yeah, in that sense.
together.
I believe this
It's
is the
still going.
finish. Oh, it still goes on a little longer. I can't remember this fight.
There we go. That should be the end now.
Got a little bit of mashing there.
That makes 6.
Alright. That was very hard when I first played the DLC. I died many times in this fight.
Oh yeah, probably not a
Why
lot
does
of
it have to be
people
closer?
on crit cleared that first try. So another gimmicky section. This time we're just controlling Mickey and we walk very slowly. And we need to attack as these Xehanort replicas try to stop us. And then also some situation commands to push back these laser beams. Not too much you can do here except just do these iteration commands as they appear and don't get hit.
I will say this is a very cool like cinematic experience, and I thought this was oh, this may be a hot take or controversial, but I thought this was like a really a cool thing when I did it my first time in Remind. I know this section is a little universally hated, but I liked it. The music's pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's a cool like first time experience, but doesn't hold up well for free play.
Oh, it's absolutely terrible. Every other time after that. It's only the first time that's like any good.
Oh wait, I wasn't meant to do the finisher there. You can speed us up a little bit if you avoid doing your finisher. But,
Oh, I didn't even know about that. So I believe you can't actually fail this section. If you lose all your HP, then you just have
I think
to...
it just knocks you back a good bit, or it knocks you back to the beginning. I remember that happened to me a couple times, and you just get back up and try again.
Yeah, like I think you need to like mash triangle or something to get Mickey back up or something.
Right. It's quite annoying, but to be completely honest, I guess it's the same thing as just dying and having to retry again because it knocks you back right to the beginning. Doesn't really make a difference.
I don't think it puts you in the beginning.
It may just knock you back a good distance. I think it only happened to me once when I did this.
Yeah, but this section should be done here. A little unskippable cutscene.
there we go.
Yeah, and then another gimmicky section here, like a bit of a, I don't know, it's not really even a puzzle, it's more like you just
It worked!
need to shoot beams everywhere. Like,
So
this,
you
like,
do want to
yeah,
eye out the big ones.
yeah, the big, like, kind of glowing keyholes, they connect more of them at a time, so it's more efficient, faster.
Here we go!
But yeah, a short section, we're already done.
That one Sid, that joke, that one joke that Sid made. Jesus, I just fucked it up.
That one said...
About looking like Sora's pee.
Okay, so the final boss of the Remind scenario, it's Xehanort again. So you do get the option to play as Kyrie, but of course Sora is gonna be much more powerful to use here.
My God! Oh no! I hate this. Oh, I thought the HP gate was. Never mind.
I can do this.
I'm gonna be honest, I really don't know much at all about this fight, so I don't have much to comment on here, other than that it's a pretty cool fight. I don't know how knowledgeable you are, Din.
Yeah, I'm not very knowledgeable on the 3-mind scenario. It's not exactly the most popular category in the Kingdom Hearts 3 speedrunning.
Yeah, not a whole lot of routing and research has been involved in it. There are quite a few runners who were running it the first couple of weeks of Remind when it came out. But the popularity has died down pretty significantly.
I am terrible at this game. I died twice already.
Yeah, so we are in the second phase now, so on retry we actually start with half of Xehanort's HP gone.
Alright, there we go. We basically finished the fight now. Now it's just stitching.
Yeah, also this is a really cool DM. I don't know how much we're gonna get to see it. Yeah, okay. That's it.
All right, that
You
should
can
be...
pause? That's weird.
Go on.
Oh, nothing. Nothing.
Well, I was just going to say that should be the end of the Remind scenario, but now we get into the cool stuff that Din and I are both very knowledgeable in and spent a good amount of time routing out back in the day. Limit cut, data org.
Yeah, of course this is a little bit interesting setting for it because we're going off of a any percent save file. So we're not going to have everything that you would for a speedrun that is just a limit cut episode.
Almost went into a secret episode by accident.
So if you're speedrunning just limit cut, then a frying pan or the what is it? The little chef keyblade is what we use a lot, but we don't have access to that for this. So I believe we're going to see a lot of we're going to see some counter shield, and we're going to see a lot of AOE Firaga.
Mm-hmm. Thankfully, as opposed to what we normally do on level 1 data org, we actually leveled up here, so we're a bit stronger. So that should more than compensate for the lack of a frying pan and the other accessories that we normally have.
Right. Don't want this. Don't even know why I have it. Let's see. I'll go with 80 for now. Hopefully that's fine.
I imagine that'd be more than fine.
Wait, no. What am I doing? I practice this menu. 3. 3. 3. 1. And then upgrade. And I have the extra Damascus for the last upgrade for Oblivion. So we have Situation Boost, and that is the thing we really need. That's the game changer here.
Yeah, we're gonna need those situation commands. Like we need form changes at specific times, so that we can really utilize the openings during these bosses. Because how these bosses work is that you can't really do much to them unless you get an opening. You manage to stagger the boss. So then you have an opening until you hit the revenge value. So you really want to get the maximum value out of each opening that you can get.
And as we were talking about before, the AoE magic, the AoE Firaga we're going to be casting adds very, very little revenge value. I'll put it this way. Your typical attacks on average with Sora add 1 to 1.5 RV. And the revenge value of these bosses, most of them are 7, but they're around like 6 to 8, but most are 7. So you'd hit revenge value in like a combo and a half normally. AoE Firaga adds 0.3 RV. Just to put that in perspective.
So first off, Luxor is a little bit different than the others. So we use a time gauge instead of the traditional HP bar. So this is more about the number of hits than damage. So shot locks dealing many hits at once, especially non-gear shot lock, happens to be very effective.
Yeah, this is probably the most technical fight in Data Org, I'd say. And God bless you, Din. Like, Dino like dissected this fight and figured out like pretty much all the ins and outs of what we need to do to get a decent skip on Luxord.
Oh no, yeah, I believe the targeting was a little bit unfortunate there.
Well, that's just what happens sometimes.
You got to be really careful when attacking those cards with how auto target works now.
Yeah, they can be quite tricky.
But if you notice, like Luxord is he's attacking with a lot of his cards, and some of them are landing on the ground. That's gonna come into play a little bit later in the fight here.
This was the one fight I really didn't want to drag on for this long, because it is pretty bad.
This fight's hard.
sometimes.
This fight's hard to do fast, and it's so different from the rest of the fights in Data Org.
Do you think you can
The
fly?
strats that you go about. But this is what I was talking about. You notice those cards that were on the ground earlier. Looks like he only has 2. He could have like upwards of like 10 cards on the field, which makes it a little bit tricky to keep tricky to keep track of him.
So we're gonna attempt DM skip here. So after that card minigame, he's gonna be stunned. So we're gonna abuse that time. Yeah, good job. Yeah, we got it.
You got it, nice.
So time, as it's a time gauge, time makes that bar go down. So we get him past the DM threshold,
Which is
with a
40%
shot
of
lock.
his time bar.
And then we wait a little bit, and that waiting brings him like below the threshold where he would like retaliate and break out. And after that, we can get a full shot lock out and finish the fight.
Yeah. Essentially, the amount of damage you can do to Luxord in one opening is capped at a certain amount of time, but waiting for that threshold resets that damage cap and lets you do full damage again.
Alright, so we're on to Marluxia. Gonna see that AoE Firaga a lot here.
Alright, we got the Crystal Snow built up.
Yeah, so you can really see how much value you can get out of one opening using AoE Firaga.
The other thing about Magic in particular is Magic finishers, any form of Magic, doesn't add any revenge value at all, and neither does Grand Magic. So we want to try to maximize the amount of Magic finishers and or Firaga finishers and Firazas we get on Marluxia here. So it looks like Yida was able to skip the first DM health threshold pretty easily. Caught him out of that attack.
Yeah, and bringing Marluxia to 0 HP starts up like a final DM kind of attack. And he's gonna have this armor. So if you manage to hit him with a fire-based attack, during one of the little gaps here, during this attack, you can break the armor and finish the fight. So I believe... Okay, so Yida is not going for that, taking the safer route.
It's kind of hard timing if you're not used to it.
Yeah,
So I
yeah,
respect this decision.
Yeah, it's risky for like a marathon setting completely.
I know I
understandable.
was never able to get consistent at it when I was doing data org a lot,
Yeah,
but still very good fight with Marluxia.
yeah, that was very good.
Terranor. Oh boy.
Yeah,
this
this is really a random fight.
Yeah, he has. There's one of 3 attacks he can open with, and it looks like Yida got the best opening. That's the
that's good.
quickest opening. It's the easiest one to deal with, thankfully. But the 2 other attacks he could have opened with, he's gonna use now. So now it looks like he's going to R Solem.
Yida's gonna try to get a block. Oh, unfortunate. Wasn't able to punish that, but that's still fine. And by air stepping to him after this on these third set of shot locks here, he can get the opening here and just finish up building Crystal Snow. And this is his Guardian attack pattern. Oh, unlucky.
Alright. It's because the Oz I couldn't guard it and you just
Yeah.
comboed me in.
Yeah,
and
ours
ruined
is difficult to react to.
But basically, Terranort does 4 attack patterns and then he DMs. We're trying to kill him before the DM by building up Crystal Snow and getting some AoE Fire Rocket to push him past his first DM threshold, similar to what we did with Marluxia.
Yeah, and you can see him switching Keyblades. He starts out with Oblivion because that has the situation boost, so that builds up more arrows quicker. And before filling the whole bar, switching to Crystal Snow to get the Blizzard Claws and be able to use the AoE Firaga.
Very well. Good job handling that R Solon punish. Can get a couple combos with AoE Firaga here. I'm not sure if you have the damage to kill him before RB, but we'll see. You might have to let him go into another pattern. Yeah.
This is like a second phase. He is a little bit beefed up now.
Yeah. So he managed to skip the first DM before hitting RB, and now he's doing his second phase R Solem attack. And nice, got the punish. Very good. And this is an easy finish to the fight. Just a couple more Firaga casts.
Good fight there.
Very well done.
Alright, this is where what I like to call the counter kick section of Data Org.
Counter kick
Um,
traps.
It's a lot easier to handle. At least, I feel like.
Yeah, counter kick does have some like more of a lingering hitbox, and it does give you more iframes.
Over here. Fire. Blaze. Yeah.
Step away for a second. Who are we on now? Ooh, Vanitas. Vanitas is a little tricky. So pretty much all these bosses, there's a gimmick in this game. When you're fighting them against invisible walls, aka the edges of the arena, hitting them into the wall causes them to recover quicker, and a lot of the times they can break out of your combo and go into an attack. Vanitas in particular is prone to doing that more, so you want to try to keep Vanitas away from the walls to prevent that at all costs. Interesting thing about Vanitas is you don't even need to DM skip Vanitas. Like, it's obviously faster, but if he does DM, you can literally just air set to him and hit him before he gets on the Keyblade. So
Or
Yida's there, just
Thundaga.
hit him with the Thundaga there. So it's like, pretty much once you get Vanitas into a Firaga stun lock, the fight is pretty easy. It can just be tricky sometimes getting into that opening, but Yida did a good job handling that.
Okay, young Xenoid, I believe, coming up. Yeah, utilizing those counter kick iframes there. having to go through this little DM here. The armor mechanic coming into play, but one counter kick is enough to deal with it. And getting down to 0 HP is another forced DM. So, fortunately, we do have a quick way to clear it. Just like that.
Fortunately,
So far, so good.
we weren't able to skip the first DM, but it's not a big deal. It's pretty quick to knock young Xehanort out of it.
Yeah.
Alright, now we have to put on counter slash again and take off air combo plus. And this is where the counter shield starts.
Yeah, Dark Riku, very scary fight, but using counter shield or the frying pan can be utilized to quite a great effect here.
Yeah. Din managed to pound some really cool air stepping tech with counter shield to get some critical or some reprisals and critical counters out. I think we'll see Yida demonstrate that hopefully.
Yeah, so we proc that shield, we block the shield, and then we block the counter attack after, and we get a full flurry. A lot of damage.
The way that shield works is you hit it and Riku retaliates out of it. So you hit it, air step, block the retaliation, air step again, and then block him falling down.
Yeah, air step does instantly cancel the block animation, so we're able to block again immediately after.
I am not getting the perfect guards at all. This is bad. Oh,
You can
okay,
kill.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh! Looks like we're getting DM'd here. Do you know about the opening in his DM, by chance?
Oh.
Oh, well, that works.
Yeah,
that works.
Really good job handling that DM. That's a tough DM to
Yeah.
dodge.
Yeah, that was very scary. I was scared there. But yeah, those critical counters, very important in that fight. A little bit of slowdown caused by not hitting those timings. It's very rough. Like if you go too late, then you just get hit, and that's even worse.
Yep. So now we got Syax. If you guys recall me talking about his Berserk mechanic, we're going to be kind of using that to our advantage here. First of all, we're going to build up our counter shield, and then try to push him to his next phase with a critical counter, which looks like we got. Block that, and I think Yida is going to try to build his AoE form. Yep. Now, you're about to see some tech with counter shield that we haven't seen in the run yet, but if you use... Oh, no.
Okay, I was very late with that.
Unfortunate. Yeah, we'll just give it a try again. But what I was saying is, if you, and what Yida was going for there, is that if you do a critical count, or not a critical count, or a Wrathful Flurry, and at the very end of it, you activate a form change, that actually allows you to store that counter flurry and go straight into another one. That Wrathful Flurry, rather. Unintended, probably a glitch, but it's some tech that we make a lot of use of in various KH3 categories.
That's bad.
I didn't get the critical counter this time. Gonna have to improvise a little bit.
Yeah, he's got his
Yeah. So gotta watch out for those claymores, unblockable attacks, but you saw there we just iframes through them with the counter and some air step.
So I believe with Yida's damage, he should be able to get the kill here. If
Yeah,
not,
good.
yeah, nice.
Loxine's a different case because I don't have ultimate weapon.
Oh yeah, yeah. If you have the ultimate weapon, you can absolutely destroy Larxene once you reach a certain HP threshold.
Yeah, it is RNG if I can DM skip or not.
Huh, interesting.
What's the matter? What's the matter?
I might be undamaged, but oh, I DM skipped. That's nice.
Oh, nice. So I guess she has a threshold past her first DM as well.
So yeah, she can choose to do that move or DM the first type of DM, of course. So yeah.
Funny enough, on level 1, we actually want her to DM. Because in her DM, she makes clones of herself, I think like 5 or 6. And all the clones share a health pool. And like similar to the Xehanort clones that we spammed arrow on, you can do something very similar with the Ultima Weapon shot lock. Just do a shot lock on Larxene, it hits all the clones as soon as they spawn, and immediately ends the fight. Fortunately, we can't share that off, but getting Ultimate Weapon in this category is slow.
Yeah. So Sigmar, yeah, this is an interesting fight. I don't know exactly what Yida is going to go for in this category. Get the counter shield. Here's an opportunity.
Oh no.
No critical counter, unfortunately.
Which is weird because usually it's more common for me to get a critical counter than not.
Yeah. Like with all those bullets coming towards you, you usually should get the critical counter. Okay, so this is a bit of a
This is really bad.
tight spot
This
to
is really
get
bad.
that counter, and then continue the combo with the.
This is not gonna work. I might have to get DM, but or maybe not.
Oh,
Please. Oh.
oh,
Wow.
that's very good. Yeah,
Without
that
a
is
single
not easy.
crit.
Very
Without a
impressive.
single crit counter. Alright, well, this is where I have to put back on Air Combo Plus just to make things easier.
Yeah.
Not specifically to make Ansem easier, but to make Zemnis easier since counter shield doesn't work on him. So I have to change things up a bit there.
Anyway, so Ansem is kind of interesting in that his DM, like, he has this threshold that you go into this sort of dark realm kind of thing, but if it's like the first HP threshold, then that's not too bad of a time loss. Like, you can damage him during that. So it's a bit of a like safer method, but you can also just go straight for the kill and skip the dark phase altogether.
It's getting the second DM where it starts to become a little problematic.
Yeah.
But looks like Yida. Yep.
Yeah, good critical
nicely
counter
done.
there.
Ansem is one of the easier fights in the data org run, I'd say.
Yeah, not too bad.
This one isn't responding.
I feel
Consistent
like he also
and
takes increased fire damage compared to the other.
No, I don't
no,
think so.
He takes. I think he has a 50% multiplier for
Yeah.
all elements except dark. He's immune to it. None of the Data Org members from the testing that Dan found take increased damage from any magic element.
Yeah, they all have the same resistances except for neutral resistance, which is mostly shot blocks. That varies between the bosses. Some take more, some take less.
And then you got Larxene and Zimnus, who are both immune to thunder damage.
Oh yeah. Those little exceptions. Okay, so Zimnus is DM, you can actually get an opening during this. And the way you get it is you need to dodge these blinds. Unfortunately, got grabbed by one of them. If you get grabbed by them, even though you don't take damage from it, it does prevent you from getting the opening.
That's unfortunate. Oh, this is the other opening that you can give.
Yep, Zimnus has 1 or 2 openings. Thankfully, it's like, I think one is technically more optimal than the other, but it's not by that much. Thankfully, it's not too much of a big deal. Now, normally in the level 1 run of this fight, we'd build up our AoE magic form first, and then use that to build up a Frying Pan, which is the same thing as Counter Shield, except it does fire damage. We're limited to Counter Shield in this category, and Dim, which does thunder damage, which, like we said, Zimnus is immune to. So, kind of interesting how we're actually a bit weaker against Zimnus compared to level 1 with the tools they have.
Okay, we got the opening now.
Very nice.
So this should be an easy kill.
There are a lot of like hidden openings in these Data Org fights that Square did a very good job of designing in. Like it, even a year after like Limit Cut was released, I think people were still discovering new things about it.
Oh yeah.
Taking off Air Combo Plus again.
Respond before.
Okay, so after beating all of those, we now have access to Master Xehanort and Xion fights. Starting out here, we kind of back away while doing fires, able to build the situation. Bars.
Oh, that's bad. Oh yeah, that's really bad.
So,
that's the first time this ever happened to
mechanic
me.
I was talking about earlier. Fortunately, that just happened.
Yeah, just taking a
it's
death
probably
and trying
worth it to
again.
just try again. You got to be like really precise with your positioning on this fight to try to prevent that.
Yeah, and also to know that was not like an HP threshold. This is like a set pattern. He does this like dark meteor attack or whatever. After that, he throws the Keyblade, and there you can get the opening. And after that opening, we're going into the enlightened phase or whatever you want to call it.
Though the wall is useful to make him go to the DM phase quicker.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an interesting point. Huh. I like that.
Alright, so there's gonna be these light pillars. You are able to guard them with the counter shield. Get those charges.
Do some precise dodge roll, air step. Didn't get the critical
I am
counter,
not good
but
at my
should matter.
crits.
Yeah, I think we should be good.
Oh, well that matters.
Oh.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. You have to be really precise with your like positioning and timing to avoid getting hit by those light pillars. Like, they're technically consistent, but like you don't really have much of a point of reference, like where you need to be.
Right.
So
It's tough. It's really tough. The other thing that's tough about that is once you do get that opening and you're able to get him stunned with AoE Firaga, Xehanort, since the way he floats around when you're attacking him, you kind of gotta like handle your AoE Firagas against him differently because they tend to knock him back a bit further. So you're not necessarily doing full combos against him. You're like casting a couple, letting him recover, but then picking him up with a fresh new combo so that you don't knock him back too far. But more wall knockback shenanigans that Xehanort is notorious for. Yep, very nicely done.
Alright, this time, let's hope we don't mess this up. I can't get crit counters anymore.
yeah, that timing is really tough.
He's in a very good position right now, though, for your combos.
Okay, avoided
avoided
the
the
light
lasers.
pillars.
There's some doing, get some Firagas. So we're
Okay,
gonna
so-
use an arrow to keep him summoned up in the air.
No! Whoa! No!
No way! I haven't seen that before. No.
The arrow was a little bit
That's
too
a
close to
first.
the middle.
Oh no.
That is a first. Yeah, I'm falling super behind estimate now. At this rate.
It's all good.
Oh, no.
It's all good. Just focus. Yeah, this is a hard strat. This is arguably probably the hardest strat in Data Org, at least in my opinion. But I think Yida's been doing a great job, especially since he's a bit under practice with this.
Yeah, like each of these fights takes a lot of practice to really get good at and be consistent.
You know, and like a lot of people say, like, oh, it's a bunch of Firaga spam, and they're absolutely right. But it's also a lot of positioning and key timing and precise movement. A lot of stuff that people may not notice that we're doing to make the fight go more smoothly.
Yeah, like some of these positionings and timings are extremely precise. Like you just cannot do them wrong at all, or you will completely fail the strat.
Very nice, got him stunned.
Alright, since I got the crit counts, I don't have to go for the counter shield thing anymore. Which is a
Very
pretty
nice.
big difference.
Nicely
Yeah,
done.
good job. Yeah, but maybe you got the idea, like what he was going for with the arrow and the counter shield. Keep Xehanort stunned in the arrow, and then get those counter shield charges from the middle, as it's like a hitbox that activates if you go there,
Yep.
and then finish the fight
Another-
with that.
I have
A
a
very cool piece of tech that Denho put together for us.
s- and this. Why not? Even though it's not gonna matter.
Yeah, so interesting enough,
am I
the
ready?
arrow thing works for some bosses and not others, Xehanort being one of them. Okay,
Shion should be an easy one.
yeah,
Yeah,
final fight of
Shion's one of
the...
the easiest strats, for sure. Trying to get as many counter slashes against her in this opening as we can to build some arrows and get some little chip damage against them. If you haven't noticed, with the limit cut and remind bosses, they actually take reduced damage when they're not currently in an opening, which I think was a very good design choice for these fights.
Yeah, that is why we don't see much like Ariel, for example, or like other links really. They aren't that good for like getting the most out of an opening. Yeah, there
Very
you go.
nicely
Good
done.
job.
Very solid limit cut. Good job, Yida.
Yeah, these are some of the like hardest fights in the whole series of Kingdom Hearts, so
Also some
not
of the
an
best.
easy task.
Not the hardest though. We're about to get to the hardest.
Oh yeah. So
And
we just beat the data work, but this run is not over because there's the secret episode. One more extremely difficult fight.
whoops. I shouldn't even need to save there.
Well, it's nice
If you
to
died or
use this
Yuzora,
file,
you-
like since it's the file you've been using. Oh wait, I see what you're saying. But yeah,
Yeah.
secret episode here.
So we're changing to happy gear. Changing fire to fire for less MP cost, but the same amount of arrows built anyway. And food. I believe that's everything.
Yeah, so this is the secret boss in Cage 3. Remind DLC. It's Aura. It's tough.
He just relentlessly assaults you. He has a lot of different openings. Like a lot of his attack patterns even have more than one opening in it. They're very tricky to find. So you see that laser slash attack he just did. He does 2 of those, and then the second one, if you make him do the attack early, you can actually get an opening out of it. You're just gonna dodge that first pyramid, block that attack, and thunder him out of this.
Oh, no way! I'm an idiot. I forgot to thunder.
Yuzora takes some warming up too.
Yeah, a little warm up. No big deal.
Yeah, if I died here, I didn't need to save in the previous one because I could just resave here, regardless if I win or lose.
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
so
But, that's-
your first time fighting Yuzora on a new save file, if you die, it actually plays a alternate ending to the main ending. There's like a good ending and a bad ending. Which one is canon, or if either are canon at all, we're yet to find out. But little cool thing they did with the lore here. But try again, we got to go through this process again. Not a big deal.
Yeah, so from now on, if Yida dies, there's just a normal free try and we can get right back into the fight.
Yep. So Yuzora has a lot of different openings he can give you. He has this this laser assault one, which is a pretty good one to get. Just air step to him in the middle of it, and he has an opening.
Oh, he recovered in the air, no.
Yeah, he got the
Yeah,
wall knockback thing.
I've only seen that
wall.
once before.
You can actually abuse that when that happens because that like can cause a glitch where it actually resets his revenge value, and you can get more. Oh no,
I did not see that coming.
dude, you were right. Oh, I don't know if we've talked about this, but like there's
I should just die.
the way a lot of bosses in this game, they teleport around the room for the start of a lot of their attacks, and their positioning where they teleport to is actually based on where your camera is facing. So you can manipulate bosses to spawn in an area to your choosing. But if you notice there, Yida was like right up against the wall, and his camera was only facing that wall. So Yuzora actually spawned right in front of him with his Keyblade Steel move, which is a move where he normally would sprint to you from across the room. But because he spawned right on top of him, he instantly stole his Keyblade, which is a... I mean, you can deal with that,
but it's better to just die and retry again.
Yeah, it was like, I don't know, 40 seconds. You can't do anything during that time.
Oh, wall knockback again. Looks like his RB got reset.
There we go.
Like,
We got
little
started
alien-
here.
Oh no, that's bad.
Oh, unfortunate.
All right, and here's that Keyblade Steel move again. Block, 2 dodge roll, another dodge roll. We'll go into an attack pattern here. Yida will block the sword, and then we should have another opening.
I wanna get the Happy Gear form.
What a pain.
I really want it.
Hit him, hit him, hit him. All right, this is a quick opening. Bait the second slash, block it.
There we go. And now I just have to get him to a certain HP bar now.
Yeah, so about halfway through his HP, we crossed the DM threshold. But we can still attack him during the DM, so it's not a huge deal.
I think,
But,
yeah, he pushed him just to, or
Oh, that is not what I
just
wanted to do.
before the DM threshold. So he ended up.
That's why Yida stopped that combo early, because if he damaged him anymore and hit revenge value, which he would have, Yuzora would have gone into a DM. So he just damaged him just to enough to where he wouldn't DM, and now he can probably get him killed in this combo right here.
I need to get into DM. But, should be good damage by now. Pretty good damage, yeah.
Yeah, I think we should be good here.
Yeah, he has an opening very early in his DM.
Yeah, so here's the DM. It's a lengthy one, but it does have openings.
So cool. Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of upset we can't see the whole thing, but it's a speed run.
Yeah, so you gotta attack him after the second blue laser. A little tricky coming down there, but we should be good to go. There we go.
Time.
Good job. Oh, yeah.
3 minutes under estimate.
Okay, okay.
Oh wow.
Very
Good.
nicely done, Yida.
Yeah, GG.
That was an excellent DLC speedrun portion. Going through Keyblade Graveyard without food, managed that very well. Excellent limit cut. Excellent Yuzora.
Thank
Never
you.
mind.
I won't lie, but that was very stressful.
Oh, absolutely.
The whole
I
thing.
I believe that.
The amount of mistakes I've made was criminal. But I'm glad I managed to get through it and underestimate too, which is kind of surprising.